Oh, fuck it. Let's just see what happens now. Let's just go live now and fuck it. Fuck the music off because, you know, it's not a live stream with Pap unless there's technical difficulties. And there's technical difficulties, as we should expect coming from a Pap live stream. But anyway, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, good morrow, wherever you may be. Let me pop out the chat so I can open up the StreamYard. Oh, piss off you. I'll get back over there. And let's put that there. And let's open StreamYard. And there we go. Now I can see myself. And I can see the chat. And that's about all we need, really, isn't it, from my end anyway? I'm hoping, considering that that was fucking up, I'm hoping that Skype works in a while. Anyway, let's go through the chat and say hello and welcome. Lost Souls Paranormal, good afternoon. Good evening. Dan O'Brien, hello. Ryan Clark, Cy Bennett, Peter Bishop, Scouse Truth Trinity Tribe, hello to you. Bleach Demon, Old Bag, Jack Report, Stuart B, Kaz, Dave Kelly, good evening one and all. Roger Whittington, James Whitby, WTF, Shelley B, hello. Nice to see you. Mrs. W, always a pleasure when Mrs. W is about. Scotty C, Old Bag, I think I said hello to you. Tyrants everywhere, good evening. Surf Roy, nice to see you too. Lord Jim Dandy, Kaylee, hello. Jack Dorr, Billy Bob, Danny D, Catherine Norman, Nick Chapman, good evening to you all, and thank you for joining us this Sunday, the 27th of August. Arthur Barry, hello. A pleasure to have you all with us this evening. I will be talking about something initially before we go any further, but I want to just give it a couple of minutes for more people to come on into the chat, and I want to get this out of the way right at the beginning, so if people come and watch the stream after it's live on a replay, they haven't got to go through 10, 15, 20 minutes, half an hour before they hear this. Hello, Howler. So yes, so a few. Why is the brand color purple? Oh, that was because of Lost Souls Paranormal last week being a pest. Now it's blue. That's it. Channel color. Lovely. Ponzi, how you doing? Kent Neil, good evening to you. Sean, hello. Rusty Shackleton. It's pronounced menace. What is Lost Soul Menace? Excuse me. Gabby, good evening. One thing I don't want is falling out in the comments today, okay? And I'm going to ask the moderators to be vigilant on people arguing in the comments this evening, please. We're all allowed our opinions, and I welcome people's opinions. Absolutely, I welcome people's opinions. But what I don't want is people losing their shit with other people because of their opinion. Remember, if you've got an opinion, you want people to respect your opinion. They might not agree with it, but you want them to respect it. And therefore, we should respect other people's opinions, whether we agree with them or not. Hi, Hunter. Max, it's a London thing. Good evening. Right. What we've got 80 odd people watching at the moment. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to get this out of the way right now. I've been seeing on other channels more recently than before, loads of drama, like pure drama, people opening up panels and and allowing the drama on the channel. Lots of people who are the instigators of drama are going onto other people's channels and taking stuff from one place to another, to another, to another, to another. I don't want that on here. Okay, we have had our drama in the past. Granted, that was generally responding to other people slagging us off on this channel. But I haven't gone out of my way on this channel to cause drama here about other people just for the fun of it, or just because I want people to hear me out. Right? It's always been in response to other people's shit. So, hi John, hi Moo. So I don't want the drama on this channel. Right? If anybody has got something to say, or to tell me, or to tell anybody else, that for that matter, about somebody else, I respectfully ask that you keep it to yourself, or tell it to somebody else that's not going to tell it to me, because I'm being dragged into stuff. And if a lot of you might remember, it wasn't that long ago that this channel was being blamed as the center of all the drama that was going on. Me, my moderators, this channel. We've not had any drama on here for a few weeks now. And it's been fucking brilliant. I've loved it. The atmosphere has been great. I've had nothing but positive feedback from people. So it's really been an improvement. Okay. And for that reason, I do not want people coming onto the panel or in the chat bringing up beef that they've got with other people in other channels. Okay. Don't want it. If you do, you'll be asked to not do it again. If you carry on, myself or a moderator will time you out. If you come back bitching about being timed out, or come back bitching at other people or about other people again, then they're going to boot you from the channel. Okay, I don't want people to get booted from the channel, so please be respectful. Okay, I'm asking you respectfully to keep any drama shit away from here, please. Okay, so I'm just asking that you be respectful enough back and not, to not do that on this channel. So there we go. So I wanted to just get that out there because, as I say, lots and lots of channels at the moment are just losing their shit over people bitching about them, or other people bitching, getting involved in other people's bitching. I mean, I've only ever got involved when I've been mentioned, but there's channels now that are getting involved and going, oh, I'll mediate between warring people, and it's got nothing to do with other people. Do you know what I mean? Just say, look, just fuck off and deal with it yourself. Don't bring that shit to my channel. Go away and deal with it, and come back when you've shook hands or when you're not talking to each other again. But you know, as far as this channel goes, I really, really don't want that shit on here now. I heard that one last week, old bag. I thought, was it last week or week before? I think I heard it on one of the Revs on the Revs channel, I think, although I can't be entirely sure. Hi, Queen Akasha, Queen Akasha. That's what I'm going to call you. Babs, Frank, good evening. Chalky, hiya, mate. Nice to see you. Gary, Silas. I think we're up to date with everybody that's commenting at the moment. Hi, Alex. Good evening to you. Scar, good evening to you. Paul Edwards, good evening to you. Dave, hello. Boily boy. Yeah, so for Dave Barron, we are going to be opening the phone line shortly for people to phone in, talk about anything really. We do normally do that first of all. Sometimes we don't, but we normally do, if it's working, that is. And we'll talk about whatever people want to talk about. It might be something that I don't know a lot about. Then we'll open it up to the panel, but it gives people a platform to discuss things that they've got on their chest. Other than that, then we will move on to the panel a little bit later, and we might have another game or two of questions, just general knowledge. Just have for the last little while, every now and again, we get a few people on the panel, do some questions. The lady that I spoke to last week, I can't remember what your name is now. I do apologise. You did email and ask me to get in touch with you. I haven't got in touch with you yet, but I will do. And I will deal with that, and we'll sort something out, because the lady wants to donate something for us to give away on the channel for some of these competitions. So again, it's not something I'm going to do all of the time, because it will cost money money that the channel's not making at the moment. So we're going to do it for a bit of fun, as well as now and again we'll chuck out, we'll do some prizes and stuff. So so hopefully that will be good enough for you all. Still on the water, still not drinking any alcohol at the moment. So I think this is my third week without any brandy. And before anybody says it, I'm absolutely fine. I never had a problem with it. Once a week, it's something I could give up. Smoking, on the other hand, 20 times a day is not something that's as easy to give up. But drinking, I did it because I liked having a laugh, and that's it. And now I think it's been 3 weeks without any brandy at the moment. So so for the time being, I'm happy about that. Diet is kind of up and down at the moment. I've not been good. Let's put it that way. I've done well, I think. Most days I've done pretty well, but I've not been good throughout the entirety of this diet so far. But yeah, we do what we do. We've got to do, haven't we? Do you know what I mean? So I haven't lost any weight in my face, Lost Souls Paranormal. It's just because you haven't seen me for a while and you're just trying to be nice. You're trying to, what's the word? Trying to encourage me by saying that I've lost a bit of weight. I know I haven't lost any weight, but thank you anyway. Excellent, June. That's brilliant. I wish I could. I wish I had the willpower to do that. Yeah, you're right, Chalky. I am trying. Not easy, but I'm doing what I can. But I have some other things in the pipeline that I'm going to be looking at as well. Not something I'm going to be commenting about on talking about on here tonight. But I've got some things in the pipeline that I'm going to be looking into. Anyway, we don't want to waste too much time talking about me because that's not what you're here for. You don't want to sit here listening to a fat fuck on screen yabbiting on about himself for too long. So, we're going to open the phone lines and we're going to get people calling in. So if you bear with me a second, do not ring yet because I need to make sure this is working and this can be heard. So if you could, please, people, let me know if you can hear this. Good evening, Stitch. You could hear that. Thank God. Thank God. Hello, John. Okay, so if that can be heard, then that's good for now. All we need to do now is make sure that the people on the other end can, oh, that's the wrong one, can be heard as well. What am I doing? Can be heard as well. So let me put that as active. Whack that over there, and there we go. Lines are now open. Let's hope they work. 01515289590. Good evening, Shirality. Nice to see you. Share a story, whistleblow, talk shit. You know, we all know we can come on here, we can talk about anything you like. I might not know anything about it, but we'll ask other people and you might educate me on something. So, or if you don't like me and you want to call me a fat cunt, then by all means you can do that too. If the sound is a bit loud, I will turn it down a smidgen. Right, so I'll turn it down a little bit. Please let me know when it rings if it's still too loud. But wait until the person on the other end speaks because this volume control deals with that person's voice as well as the ringtone. So please let me know when it rings. And I'll turn it down a little bit more if anybody rings. Sean, do you know what? As you said, you blocked him, and that's the best thing to do, to be honest. And I mean, you know that, which is why you've done it. And I don't mean to be, patronising towards you. I'm sure you're clever enough to know. But you've done absolutely the right thing. If you don't like the way somebody's talking, you block them, and then we can all move on, can't we? So. If anyone's going to phone, that is. Unless somebody's trying and it's not working. I don't know yet. We'll find out soon. So is there anything anybody wants to discuss in the comments while we're waiting for a call? Or not. So is there anything hello, caller. Discuss in the comments?
Hello, mate.
Hello. How you doing?
I'm all right. Yourself?
I'm not so bad, thank you. Let me just make sure that everyone can hear you okay and that the volume's not too loud or too low. If people watching can let me know, please.
Yeah, it's nice to hear you again, mate. Anyway.
Yeah, how you been?
I thought Simon was going to be on tomorrow, but he wasn't. Wednesday, it was my birthday.
Happy birthday for Wednesday. 21 yeah, again?
64.
64, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Did you do anything? Did you go out to get hammered?
No, I had to go to work on the Wednesday night to do my little bit of cleaning job that I got in there, which was not too bad. Wasn't right. Too bad, but the these people about doing all this, you know, the ultra thing, and up near where we are at Lebanon in Chessington, some of them are a joke, you know.
The what? Sorry,
went down
the ultra thing.
The guy
what have I missed?
There's a guy at Leatherhead went down the high street, went down the main road,
Right.
an electric scooter, and then he got run over by a truck. Just no consideration at all. Unbelievable.
But yet the councils love it. The councils are actually making more money off the providers of those scooters. If you're talking about the ones that people pay to use, the council.
No,
the reason,
I'm talking about the private ones.
Yeah, are you talking about the ones that are left out, and you get on the app on your phone and you can rent it?
No, I'm talking about the ones that Joe Public have.
Right. Okay. Yeah. All right. But even so, you'll notice that those are illegal. But the ones that the council make money on are allowed.
Oh, they're insured and taxed, aren't they? Or whatever they do them with.
Yeah, but you try and get one insured and taxed. If you go to an insurance company, so I'd like to insure my scooter, please. Any modifications? you know,
yeah, I know.
Nobody's going to fucking insure you on a scooter. They'll probably laugh at you. Unless obviously you're a company and you've got mass insurance. That's different. But
yeah. My mate James, his boy, he lives in Epsom. He said to his son said to him, he said, "Dad, we're doing Wednesday. Nothing." So okay, where are we going? Portsmouth. He went up. He had you'll laugh at this one. You'll really will laugh at this one. He had a cancelled driving test. He went down, paid his money, and 45 minutes later he passed his driving test.
Really?
And yet in Surrey, there's about 18 months waiting list.
Fucking hell.
It's unbelievable.
Is that why you went down there for it? So he just found somewhere where there wasn't a long waiting list.
Yeah, he went down to Portsmouth, cost him 68 quid.
Right.
I mean, and there was a one on. You don't get a thing up there, but there was a London fire brigade fire engine going to a shout. And his cyclist went straight across the give way side and bumped into the side of a fire engine. And the guy goes, "It was his fault." I don't think so. I know. You know, and the police are going to say, "Oh, the environmental people said, oh, we got to have electric cars for the police and all that." I don't think so, because the criminals will just say, "No, sorry, I'm not playing." It'll never happen. It won't happen on AM. When I worked for the South East Ambulance Service, had one or two, but not many. But I don't think it will catch on in emergency services somehow.
I wonder how much it is, or how difficult it is to create an EMP device that works, like in like a 20-meter radius or something. And the police turn up outside the house that you're burgling, and you just go, boo, kill the car and fuck off. Do you know what I mean?
But you're right there. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, I can't. I mean, Surrey police, they just tip up where they want to. And if you live in Mole Valley, you've got Elmbridge over the road, over the bridge where Chelsea's training ground is. Elmbridge is pretty rich, but places in our place, they have to work, because where I used to work before, as you know, they can't even get the drivers. They're coming from Elmbridge to go and work in Mole Valley at Amy at Dorking. They can't get the drivers.
Yeah.
Can't even get the loaders. I mean, that asylum seeker done £12,000 worth of damage with a steel bar. He should have just been locked up.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe that. I just thought, yeah, really? If it'd been me, you, anybody else, or my son, sorry, son, you're going down the road. But where did it stop?
I don't know. Do you know what I've just found? Sorry to interrupt you. I've literally just found a website called WikiHow, telling you how to build an EMP device.
Okay. Well, I know my mate's a doorman, and he's doing the Notting Hill Carnival. Well, done it today.
Right.
I thought, no, I know I've got a badge, but no, don't fancy that. Too much aggro, they're unbelievable now. Just get beyond a joke, It
is madness. The whole, I mean, listen, we could bring up 50 conversation starters right now, and every one of them is negative. you know,
Yeah,
something shit that's happening to us.
You know our famous place in Dorking near Surrey, you know, Box Hill.
Yes.
I think it was last week. They had nearly 80,000 bikers up there.
Really?
Yeah, and I mean the whole lot. It was rammed. You know, if you ordered a cheeseburger, mate, the geezer, if he's at the back, he wouldn't get it. That's how flooded out he was. They had 5 police cars up there.
I bet they loved that. I bet the police loved it with that many. I bet they'd be shitting themselves.
They just. I mean, my mate drives a Harley Davidson, lovely bike, you know, old school. And Trevor, my mate, I've known Trevor ever since when I was in the mob, and he's got a Harley Davidson, and he's old school, you know. He looks like one of the ZZ Top players out of ZZ Top. He got rid of the beard, but the hair's like Johnny Cash, you know. But it's just unbelievable. I had the water mains up in our road. It took them 3 days. It took them nearly 2 days just to fill it in.
Really?
And the people were complaining, "Oh, I can't park my car. I can't get my car in my driveway and stuff like that." We'll park it outside.
Would you rather have your water working or be able to park outside your house? Different, obviously, if you're disabled, but majority of people, I'd rather have the water working. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Oh, well, I'll let someone get on, my friend. You have a good
worries.
Evening. I'll speak to you next week, mate. Take care.
Thank you for the call. You look after yourself.
And you, mate. Bye.
Take it easy. Bye-bye. So lots of people saying that was a freedom rally at Box Hill. I know there's been a few that have been going on. I don't recall any going on here in Liverpool, which is a bit of a shame, really, because I think everything everywhere needs to do something like that. You know, with that many people turning up, that many bikers, even if it was just, you know, not bikers, if it was just general members of the public turning up, things like that, you know, the police are going to be overrun. They're not going to know what to do, especially if it's not planned as such. But there we go. Not that I'm suggesting that we should overrun the police, of course. Sorry, something in my eye then. Hi, Samuel. Hi, Tony. Hello, good evening and welcome.
What about you?
Who's that?
That's would be Mr. McCrory.
Oh, hello, Paul. How you doing? Sorry, mate.
I'm okay. Just got you put on a group there 5 minutes before you kicked off and so that. All right. I just thought, while I'm out here, give you a wee quick shout hello from
no worries. Nice to hear from you. This is clearer than it is on your internet connection, to be honest.
I'm on the phone. What are you saying? And they put you on loudspeaker here so Nathan hears you as well.
No worries. Hello, Nate.
Well, Danny, what's the crack?
Not so bad, mate. How are you?
All right, same old shit, different day.
Yeah, isn't it just?
He asked me to give you a wee shout to let you know how the court went on Monday past.
Right.
Cut a long story short, Mark, called the complainant out that he was a special branch informer. And whenever I called him a liar, he didn't deny it after I called him a liar.
Right.
The policeman that stole my phone out of my hand, he was kicked out of the witness box with under 60 seconds. I only got asking him 2 questions, and then I turned around, offered 2 videos up as evidence, and the judge kicked him out of the box for lying because I called him a liar. One of the other cops sat there ever so nice talking away, and I just hopped straight with the questions that you committed a serious GDPR breach during the interview where you let me view a video with a third party name and another. I can't recall. So I said, convenient. Also I said to him, now, on the interview, where you interviewed me on February 22nd, I made complaints to you against the complainant, and you said you would take this on. Oh, I got a colleague to phone you. I goes, yes, you did. One colleague phoned me, but bear in mind, did you not get other messages from me after that colleague of yours contact me? Yes. And am I waiting for you to contact me to this very day? Yes. Ripped him off, ripped off the cop. There was another cop come up there, nicely working with him because I've gave him 2 years for hard evidence. There will be phone calls, and also I've got other video evidence what I have to present here against that other person. Well, the complainant, and that's the best way to keep it here, Danny. The complainant. But ripped off all, and then, of course, me with my dyslexia, I was getting the better of me because I asked the barrister, I gave him paperwork. I want you to read these questions out. I'm not reading these questions out, so I just stood up and dismissed them there and then on the spot. I walked down to the court where the barrister stated that clearly to the judge that I dismissed him, and then the judge directed me, and I goes, Your Worship, I asked the clerk of the court to represent me since they are a QC, and he denied me that right, which he had no right to deny me that right.
Right. Oh, dear.
I shut it out. The judge is nothing but a kangaroo court in here. And where they called me up to the witness box, I took 2 steps around. He says, "Bring your paperwork with you." I already had it in my hand. And I says, "No point bringing this here up with me since it's a kangaroo court." So I lifted all my paperwork and launched it clean in the air. I was going to put me down for contempt. No, but
so what did the judge do about that?
Oh, well, he's going to send me down, as I say, for contempt. He says, "I'll give you an opportunity to apologise." But I already stood up at this stage, walked towards G4S to get down to the cells. And he says, "If you apologise," I says, "I do apologise." I know I'm out of order there because of my frustration. And I seen that 1, because I'm partly deaf, 2, because I'm dyslexic, 3, because I just dismissed my barrister and forced him to represent myself, which I did pay off, Muller. I am guilty of what I done. 1 photograph, and now I can't speak about this photograph, by the way. One photograph is all I had as evidence. What I posted up on the TikTok page. That was it. There's too much behind this, but I did get in the witness box and I gave him a rundown of harassment and shit for 19 years, and the police aren't taking this on because of who I am, the founder of PSNA abusing their powers. Well, not bear in mind, the judge was the one who called out the name of the group.
Yeah.
Right on a regular basis. But he's seen the way I took the cunt out of the hands under the cops. He's seen the way out of the police and their flipping lies. They also seen the way I outed a police informer, a tout, a grass in the witness box. To me, Muller, even though I walked off with a sentence of 5 months imprisonment, suspended for 3 years, I don't care because it was worth it. The reason being now, Muller, I have another court case coming up here in September, linked to the same person.
Right.
Can't talk about that. I can't talk about that yet. But once that there's over and done, I will talk about it. But on Thursday.
Sorry, Paul, did you say 5 months suspended for 5 years?
3 years, suspended for 3 years.
Okay, so I was going to say normally they can't. I mean, to be fair, normally it's 2 years or less, or it is over here anyway. If it's 2 years or less that you get given. Sorry, no, hang on a minute, I'm confusing myself. Yeah, no, you're right. If you're offered or if you're given less than 2 years in prison, they can suspend it.
Yes.
Yeah, I was confusing myself for a moment there, but no, yeah, sorry, carry on.
Danny, I am not finished with this court case Monday past because I made sure I had an appointment with the Ombudsman's office on Thursday to take back in my complaint from February with all this, because the police goes to me, "Do you have the right to remain silent?" Blah, 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 blah. But they do not finish it off by stating clearly, "Do you understand?"
Yeah.
Aye, let's get this reopened to fire all this here back out again. And not only that, Margaret, during the interview, the second interview where they committed the GDPR breach, I called them out there because I got the CCTV evidence out of the police station. I also got all the audio, and people do this right, by the way. They don't have to pay for that audio recording. They write to the police headquarters and they demand that they're back through their subject access.
Yeah, it comes as part of subject access requests, disclosures. So audio recordings, telephone calls, notepad entries, statements, computer log entries. You know, you can get all of that stuff. Camera, CCTV camera from the police station. All of that stuff you can request.
Even right down to notes and police notebooks.
Yeah.
No, I'll die. I'll be straight with you. Hands are up. In February, I planned all this because I brought police up to my door where I made a complaint of harassment, which I offered them 2 years of hard evidence. And because of a constable, and I'll call it his name here, Constable Slater from Ballymena, 2 years prior to that, was caught choking my son Nathan, which you just spoke to there, in the back of a police car. He was caught red-handed.
Right.
Now, that's where one of my wee videos is up on TikTok. That shows us here where a policewoman opens the door. Darrow's recording this, gets on recording, and as soon as Nathan's saying, Darrow, he's choking me, 6 other to 7 other police officers start switching off their body cams.
Right.
All caught on camera, Mother. And do you know the way you do get the police that will put their hands in under the body armor or the vest, what they're wearing? If you do keep an eye on them, they're actually pushing the body cams towards the skies. Now, we have BW evidence on this here that proves what I'm talking about. Right, another constable switches off his body cams.
Yeah, and that doesn't surprise me at all. I watched night before last. I was watching some American. I get a lot of American, cop videos that pop up on my feed, a bit like mine. But that thankfully over there, they get the body cam footage, and they can report on it. You know, over here it's a lot harder to get the body cam footage because they'll go, oh, it's needed or it's lost or it's corrupted. But over in America, it's a lot easier to get the body cam footage. And I've seen some terrible things. The one I watched last was about police pulling over colleagues. So, an SUV driving erratically, the police got a phone call to a copper went and pulled it over, and it turned out it was his lieutenant. So all they're doing throughout the whole interactions, and this was multiple interactions that I saw, all they're doing is they're saying things like, but I can't because we're on camera. Or if they get on the phone to phone somebody for help, the first thing they say is, I'm recording, so that the person on the other end of the phone knows not to say anything that can get picked up on the recording. And it's so wrong the way that they act, and try and get away with tampering with the body cam footages. But it seems to be far more easier over here to tamper with it and lose it than it is in America.
Oh, Danny, you see where I've got on the PSNI here. It is unreal. One, now, I sent away from my subject access, and also I made the complaint to the police ombudsman there and then on the very next day, where the police ombudsman allowed the police time to delete their body cam video footage. The police ombudsman allowed this to happen. Now, because of me, they discovered a serious hole in the system where it comes down to them deleting BWCs. Now, where it comes down to applying for my subject access, I got letters back stating that I was not arrested. And this was a week and a half to 2 weeks later. I phoned them up. We're launching an investigation in this. A week later, I received another letter. We apologise. You were arrested and took to Ballymena Station.
Yeah.
In question, I wasn't. I was took to Antrim crime suite in question.
Yeah.
I also got the BW, I got one BWC where the cop switches his body cam off in my bedroom during a search. That's a comical thing about it. we've also caught out through the CCTV footage of the station in the interviewing room to match up with the audio, because the CCTV, the minute the audio clicks in, they switch off the audio of the CCTV.
Right.
And the time difference matter. On the audio, there's up to 2 minutes missing on the audio recordings.
Yeah. Which is, again, to be honest, that kind of thing should be made an offence. Should be made an offence. If you've got a video that is audio and video recorded, and you only receive the video and not the audio, that should be an offence, because you're entitled to it by law. And if they refuse to give it to you, which clearly, if they've got the video, then they've also got the audio. It's very unusual for them to lose the audio and keep the video.
Danny, you see, even on the CCTV of the interviewing room, we have actually seen a glitch, and it goes 1 minute my arm's sitting on the table, and the next thing my arm's up above my head.
Right.
No motion. There's no motion making into that position.
Fucking madness, isn't it?
Oh, I've took up enough of your time. I'll let you get back onto your audience there. Just in case I don't get on later on, I just thought I'll give you a wee shout in here and let you know the crack that's been going on. Sorry, but roll on 3 weeks' time. Roll on 3 weeks' time, because listen here, and I'm going to call this out here as it is. I'm getting a tap in the leg and told, shut your mouth here. No. And this court is coming up in September. As I say, and I've given police evidence on this court coming up that this complaint is committing perjury and fraud.
Yeah.
In this case coming up, man. And but Ballymena police don't want to take this on, because also the perjury was perjury of a court last year, where police is actually involved in this fucking perjury, plus third party interest into a judge.
Right.
It's going to get interesting.
It is. It sounds like it certainly is. But listen, you keep looking over your shoulder, because you know they're going to be looking out for you. I know they are. Anyway.
Looking out for us. They drive past me whenever I'm in the car, and they flash their lights at us now, and they wave at us now. and there's me sitting there blowing kisses. I'm going to start shouting out, do you want me autograph? But they might use that against me.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
Anyway, see, everybody is on there. For Danny, appreciate the phone call in there. You accepting the call there. Thank you.
No worries.
And to all the audience there, it's a pleasure. Keep our let everybody be strong. I will take everybody to come together to fight all this.
Indeed. So listen, you and the family look after yourselves and each other, and I'll speak to you soon.
No bother. There you go.
You too, Danny.
If you check your messenger, I sent you over my phone number if you ever do need me.
Right. Cheers, Paul.
It was a pleasure, and to all your members as well. Thanks very, very much for having me on there. Listen to my bullshit and crap, and I'll catch up with you later. Have a good night, everybody.
Take it easy, Paul.
Danny, thank you.
Good night, mate.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
My mom. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chalky. Much appreciated. What is that? Is that like a pair dancing? Looks like one of my exes, the shape of it. Anyway. Good evening, Brian PC. Nice to see you. Chris Farity, nice to see you. Who else have I missed? Matt Walker. Stitch, Pete Bishop, I think I said hello to Kaylee, hello. I might have said hello to some of you already. Oh, God. 2 calls at once. I can only answer one at a time, I'm afraid. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
You've got somebody online at the moment, but can I leave a question for you to put to the audience, or not really? Or
yeah, by all means, of course you can.
Basically, my little bit of research has come to the conclusion that the police constabulary is no longer constabulary, is now a police service. That's why the councils take money from us to pay for that service. And in order to contract with a police service, they have to somehow get your name from you, which is a legal title for them to contract with you, because it's commerce. Are you aware of that?
Right. Yeah. This is the same kind of train of thought as free man of the land type.
Not really, because it's basically the government and the registrar at birth turns you into a corporation, so as these corporations can do commerce with you, but they don't explain to you, never ever tell you that you're legal fiction. You are the CEO of a corporation. So the police and everybody else, you can't speak to utilities unless you're Mr. Such and Such Smith, because that is you basically committing fraud on yourself, that you're the legal fiction, the CEO of that company, which makes you liable for those debts, because otherwise you are regarded as a dead fiction, not a man or a woman. Do you understand?
Yeah, I remember in the 1800s, the government turned around and basically said, right, we've got no money, so we're going to lose everybody, every member of the public, or whatever you want to call us, is lost at sea. The government take control of all of our assets, and then and then they issue us with a birth certificate, which as you say, is done in capital letters, as it's like it's like a incorporation certificate for a company.
Exactly. So what they're doing is they're making you liable for the debts.
Yeah.
So instead of being the beneficiaries, we're now the trustees, so we pay all the debts. So the country's in debt, but really it's the government, which is a private for-profit. Her Majesty's government is a private for-profit company registered in America.
Yeah.
So's Parliament, so's all the MPs.
Yeah.
But every time
we're collateral. We're the collateral, basically. The people are the collateral. So if the government want money, basically, I know this sounds weird, but if the government want money, they put us up as collateral, because we're the ones that are paying the government in order to pay the stuff off. So basically, we are responsible for the debts of the government by earning money and then giving it to them. So we are the collateral in order for them to pay off their debts.
We're also the creditors.
Yeah.
Our signature is the credit. Our signature is the credit. But over time, and you can ask people in the 70s and 80s, water and gas used to be free, and then slowly those corporations, because they started going public and nicking all our assets.
Yeah.
And basically what they're doing is they're double dipping and bullying us to pay those things that we should really just sign off for them to pay on our behalf. You get all of that?
Yeah. Well, they make enough fucking money.
Well, that's it. But the Treasury actually owns all of this, because on our behalf, in the public, which is the public trust, British Gas and people like that are nothing more than a credit agency.
Yeah.
They don't own gas. What they do is they get us to pay the service charge on a meter that they get from another company and get us to sign for. So anything that comes through that meter, they want to bill us for it. But if you take your meters out, you've broken the contract, which people are doing. But
I know there's a lot. There is. I mean, it's an interesting topic. It is an interesting topic for discussion. It's something that I have briefly looked into in the past. The way I work personally, and I'm not knocking you at all, by the way. You're more than welcome to come on and talk about this stuff. But for me, the way I work is that we need to fight them with what they use against us. Now, unfortunately, the way of thinking that you're coming from, I know there's stuff out there that explains that that's or potentially that's what it means, but that's not what the government use anymore, which is why all these new laws are put into place and all the rest of it, in order to change the wording, in order to make it far more difficult for us to get out of that kind of thing. But that's what they use against us now. They use amended legislation, shall we say. And that's what we have to use, from my point of view, that's what we have to use back against them. But do you know what? I know it is an interesting topic, and maybe we can have a longer discussion about this at some point in the near future.
Well, just to add, because it gets worse than that, because Parliament hasn't had royal assent and proclamation since William and Mary, going back 400 years.
Yeah.
So the statutes and the acts that you refer to don't have the clout that it requires. So we are policed and governed by consent, not because there's laws.
And I've said before, when it comes to consent, the problem that we've got is this is why, you know, not everybody goes to Parliament. This is why we've got elected officials that go to Parliament for us, because ultimately an MP will take on a constituency, and they go to Parliament on our behalf. But they're all, or the majority of them, are bent and broken. So no matter what the majority of constituents say, the MP will go to them with what they want to happen, not what we want to happen. And our consent is basically forgiven to the MP. So we lose that individual consent. It's more of a collective consent now. And this is the way that things have been pushed over the years. And we're now in a situation where if you went to a court and said to them, look, I haven't given my specific consent, they will say tough shit, basically, and they won't have it. The same as a solicitor and a lawyer won't take on a case like that, because we've all been led down this fucking garden path. Because
they've sworn an oath to the legal bar, so
to the crown.
They're not there to serve. Exactly, but it's they're all getting a bung from the crown.
Yeah.
So you can only really get real law if you can get up to the Royal Courts of Justice, but all these lower courts are just basically administrative courts that are fleecing us for everything.
Yes.
So it's very difficult when you say we need to use their rules against them, because unless you can get it to those levels of proper law where proper judges, then we're just going to keep getting smacked and robbed and lose houses as we do. And that's all I wanted to say.
No, that's fine. But again, the problem is that's what's going to happen anyway. It doesn't matter. There's, you know, it's been that long. It's been what's the word? Taught out of us. Okay, so we're not taught our rights. We're not taught the things that we should be taught. Okay, in school, we're taught the things that keep us compliant and doing as we're told. And unfortunately, over a period of years, it gets to a point where parents of children are now indoctrinated as well. So the parents will teach the kids the same stuff that the kids are being taught because they think it's the right thing, because it's what they were taught, and they've forgotten about the stuff that we used to get taught years ago. Excuse me, you know, and they don't look into their rights and things like that anymore, which I think is a shame. Everybody should be taught. Right. Everybody should be taught. You know, I think kids of, you know, should be taught about their rights if they're arrested. I think they should be taught their rights as an adult. They should be taught their rights as a taxpayer. You know, all of these kind of things they should be taught. You know, but they're not. So it gets forgotten about and replaced with mindless shit like, well, if you don't agree that your classmate thinks they're a cat, and if you call them anything otherwise, you're going to get suspended. Do you know what I mean? That's what they get taught these days. Yeah. It's fucking ridiculous. Everything is to keep our mind off of the main points, unfortunately. So all of these things that happen is just distractions.
Yeah.
So, but listen, I'd like to have a chat with you again, a proper chat, a longer chat at some point, because I do think it's an interesting discussion. I don't, you know, I'll tell you up front now, I don't necessarily agree with all of it, but that's not going to stop me from having a discussion with you and hearing what you've got to say and discussing it with you.
Sure. Well, I won't take any more of your time, because I know there's other callers out there, but have a good evening and speak to you another time.
No worries. You look after yourself. Thank you for the call.
All right. Bye-bye.
Ta-da, mate. So I know that's a kind of a topic that some people really get the ump about, but I you know, and I don't necessarily agree with all of it, but I think it is an interesting discussion to be had. So hopefully we can have that discussion at some point in the near future, a longer discussion. So anyway, lines are free. 01515289590. Share a story, whistleblow. That would be nice. Talk shit. Call me names. I don't mind. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Oh, good evening.
Hello there.
Yeah, my name's Nick.
Hello, Nick.
Yeah, it's come to my attention that virtually all the police forces in this country are private listed, private limited companies.
Right.
How does that affect their? They have no authority over us. If they're PLCs, then it's a presumption. They're working on a presumption that we know, like their authority is assumed, isn't it?
Yeah, I think this kind of leads back to what the last gentleman was saying as well. It's to do with this consent thing. You know, we have been under the impression that we're policed by consent for a long time, and initially we wanted the police. You know, years ago when they first formed, we wanted somebody out there to look after.
Well, I've never wanted them.
Well, no, I mean, you know, when they first started 200 years ago, you know, people wanted them out there to protect their interests. Okay.
Yeah.
So at one point in history, they were wanted, and the majority of people said, yeah, great, we've got somebody to look after our stuff for us, we've got somebody to keep us safe, right? But over the years, people have I think people have misunderstood the meaning of this consent thing. And although the police force has changed, or police service has changed so much, they simply haven't turned around and said or made the connection that with the police service changing so much, then the rules must have changed as well. You know, we no longer want to be policed by consent, but because of the time frame that's elapsed, we've all of us are guilty. We've all given our consent to MPs to act on our behalf and shit like that. Do you know what I mean? And the MP will go and say, yeah, we agree with that new legislation, just because they want it to be happening, rather than us individually want it to be happening. I've said before, you know, the government are quite happy to send out a mass text to everybody to say stay at home, but yet when there's a change in the law, they can't send a text to everybody and say, right, everyone, click this link, read this paper, let us know if you're happy for it or not. You know, when there's like a change in the law, or when the police, you know, when there is something to do with the police, then we've got our consent. But at the moment we haven't. But I know that's going slightly off topic. I know you're talking about the police directly, and I'm talking sort of overall consent. But I just think that over the years, the meaning of consent has been washed away a bit, but people just haven't realised.
Yeah, I dig that. But what happened to me a few weeks ago was it's a long story, and I'll try and make it as brief as possible. Anyway, I've had a bit of. I had my van towed away about, when this bullshit lockdown started,
right?
And because they said I didn't have an MOT, which they were right, because I couldn't get one because all the garages were shut. Right. So anyway, I started performing, and because I said it's my only source of. You know, you need it for work, basically. Like under human rights laws, they're not allowed to take your vehicle if you use it for work.
Right.
So anyway, we was toing and froing, and I ended up getting a fine, and then I got the bailiffs coming round, so I fucked them off. And the other week, the old bill come round about 7:30 in the morning, like plotted up on me. I was just taking my missus to work, so I managed to get an old motor. And anyway, they've tried to pull me. So I've sort of just drove around the block, pulled back on me drive, and they've rushed me, fucking, started chucking me around, like filling me in sort of thing, in front of me old woman, and dragged me off. I spent a day and a half in a custody holding place.
Yeah.
They took me to court, right? No charges, like nothing. I didn't know the coppers' names or anything, and dragged me up in front of the beat, like, and so I'm mouthing off, like, I'm going on about, like, this is all, you know, BS, and you know, I've been kidnapped and all this.
Yeah.
And so they, you know, they let me go. Magistrates, they discharged me. Yeah, but like no fine, nothing.
Right.
So now I've heard nothing over there, and they've took my car off the drive. They towed it away, right, which is illegal because it's on my property.
Right.
Right. Now I'm in a position now. I've got no motor. I can't do any work. I'm skint, and I'm thinking, what the fuck is going on here?
Right. Even though it's a car, and it's you know, you might think, well, it's a car, I won't be able to do this, but you can put an application into a magistrate's court for stuff that's been seized if it's no longer needed, and they will write an order if you can prove that they don't need it anymore. For example, you've said that it's got thrown out of court, therefore the police don't need your car anymore. And if they've had it for, you know, you should be able, if they've had it from that date that it's not needed until now. If
they've had it for 3 years,
right, it's unlikely they've still got it, to be honest, after that amount of time. But I do know of a case where a couple had their mobile home taken away from them and crushed, and they ended up getting the money off the police for it. They sued the police and got their money for it.
right?
But what you'd need to do is you need to go to a magistrate's court. I can't remember the name of it. Do you know Marty Blagborough? Have you heard of Marty Blagborough?
No.
Right. If you look up Marty Blagborough, I'll ask Lost Souls. Marty. I'm going to ask Lost Souls Paranormal to post Marty Blagborough's, or Roger to post Marty Blagborough's link in the comments. He done a video, I think it was last week, it might have been a week before, where he spoke about getting your stuff back from the police. And he explained it really well. And it you know, there's no point in me going over what he's explained really well himself. So if you go and check it out, basically you go online, you fill in a form. It does cost you a couple of £100,
Right.
but the chances are the police aren't going to have your car anymore. Okay, so if you go to the court and that couple of £100 covers everything. It covers the court's time, it covers the order and everything else.
Yeah.
Right? If the judge turns around and says, right, okay, here's an order to have your stuff back, you go back to the police station straight away and you say, I want my stuff back and I want it now. There's a court order. And if they refuse to do it there and then, they're basically in breach of that court order. If they haven't got it anymore, then they will have to tell you that they haven't got it on anymore. You get proof of that. You get some kind of document from them to say that they no longer have the vehicle, and then you should be able to take them to court for the cost of that vehicle.
Right. Is it new for old or anything like that?
I don't know. I don't know. It might just be the general price of it, what it might be now. You know, so if it was to be sold now, for example, they might just give you the money for that. But if they've had it for an amount of time and you've not been able to work, and again, you can prove that you can't work because you haven't had your vehicle, then obviously you could potentially get money back for that as well.
Right. Okay. Thanks for your time, brother. God bless you.
But yeah, check in the comments. Lost Souls put a link in there to Marty Blagborough. Go back through. I mean, some of his stuff, some people don't like some of his videos on there, but don't let that dishearten you. He explains it really well in a video that he done a week or two back. But that video, it just saves me having to go through something that's already been explained really well.
Thank you very much.
All right.
God bless you.
Let us know how you get on.
I'll keep in touch.
Yeah, please do. I'd like to know how you get on. Yeah.
All right, mate.
All right. Take it easy.
Take care. Bye.
All right. Turn up. Yeah, Michael, the chances are, if they've had the car for 3 years, the chances are the police aren't going to have it anymore. There's no way they're going to keep it for that long once it's been kicked out of court. It could be that the gentleman's moved house and they've written to him and said, you know, for example, you can come and get your car, and he's missed that letter. But the police would have access to finding where somebody lives, as we all know. So if they're trying to find somebody in order for them to have their property back, we know that the police can find people through driving records, passport, you know, anything like that, right? And they can find you. So for the police, if they wrote to a previous address and the caller didn't get that, then the police should really, in my opinion, make every effort to try and locate the person. And if they haven't, then that's on them, not on the person. But the chances are he won't have the they won't have the vehicle anymore after 3 years. Very unlikely. Right, thank you, Brian. So the guy that just called, the video you're looking for is how to force the police to return seized property with a court order. I hope you're still watching. So how to force the police to return seized property with a court order. It's something I still need to do. Again, I just haven't got round to doing it. And, you know, I'm not in a position at the moment because I've not put anything out on the channel. I'm not in a position to be able to afford the few £100 to do it right now. So, so I'm going to have to try something else for the time being until I can get back to doing what I do and getting the channel to make a few pennies. But yeah, definitely worth asking and trying to find out. Essex Police had your funds for 7 months. God, what's happening here? Hold on, caller. There it is. One second, caller, please. They've had my phone and all my memory cards, Dream Team, since January last year, and they've still got them. So I don't know what the fuck's going on there, but that's something I need to chase up. Hello, caller. My apologies for that.
Hello, it's Samuel.
Hello, Samuel.
Hughes.
How
are you doing? I'm actually just got you streaming live on my TV at the moment.
Can you do me a favour, Samuel? Can you turn the volume down on the telly and don't watch it? Don't watch it while we're talking, because what happens is your subconscious will wait for me to speak on the telly before you reply.
Okay, then.
And there could be a delay. So yeah, if you don't look at the telly and you turn it down and just talk to me like it's a normal phone call, it will go much better.
All right. Well, I'm on back to the TV and I've turned the TV on mute. So I would like to tell you that I love your channel so much, and
thank you.
I am particularly a person who is victimized by police abuse, particularly in Cornwall, and I've had it even in the United States of America when I lived in California.
Right. Anything you can talk about?
Yeah. Well, earlier last month, I had an interview by actually an invite to an interview by a police constable, saying that he wanted to invite me to a voluntary interview, and I recorded this on my Ring doorbell for about 10 minutes, and as I quoted some legislation to him, he just basically put so much disregard. And then the day later, he sent the letter. I did not go.
Right.
I felt it was not necessary for me to attend the police interview for one reason. I felt that they would use an adverse inference against asylum.
Yeah, it's a fishing exercise. It's because they don't have the evidence against you. If they had the evidence, they'd arrest you.
Yes, they're just trying to build a case. But what happened a month later was in August, on the 7th, I had 2 visits on the same day by that constable called Christopher Wood of Devon and Cornwall Constabulary, because I'm based in Falmouth.
Right.
And he said, "Sam, can you come out the door?" And he said, I was not in the house, and my neighbor, he just called my neighbor to verify that I was not at the second instance. He come out for angry that he had the right to kick the door down.
Right.
He had no warrants. It was not an indictable offence under Section 17 of PACE.
Right.
And basically, I by opening the door, I felt like if I had my door kicked down, I would not be able to compensate. They had some sort of battering ram in there.
You're breaking up a little bit. I don't know if you're on a mobile phone, but you're breaking up a little bit. I didn't hear the last few bits that you said.
So yes, what happened is that the officer lied about power. I felt that, he lied because what he said is he had the right to break down the door, even though under legislation he did not. And the other officers had like a battering ram equipped with it. And it's just absurd because I'm a alone male with autism. And I feel like the police had targeted me basically because somebody makes a stupid allegation that I sent them like threatening emails that they were vulnerable and they were not. So that the complainant lied about their vulnerability.
Right. I can kind of make out a lot of what you're saying, but it's still very, very distorted. Sorry, I don't know. I don't know if it's where you're standing in the house. Are you on a mobile?
I am on the mobile.
Yeah.
I'll try to look at some corrections. I might try to see if we can get any signal that way. Can you hear me?
I can, but I am struggling to make out what you're saying properly. That's all.
Can you hear me now? I've got a bit more fast signal now.
Well, keep talking. If it gets too bad, I mean, as I say, I can understand quite a bit of what you're saying, and the bits that I'm missing, I can fill in based on what you're saying. But I'm a bit worried about the people watching not being able to understand. But carry on anyway. If anybody says in the comments that they're struggling to understand too much, then we'll have to try and figure something out.
Okay.
That's it. That's it. Perfect. Where you are now, perfect.
Well, basically, I was apprehended on my doorstep as the officer lied about their forced entry under PACE, and he said that he would break down the door basically at me on that day. And basically, I'm a person who lives alone, and I have autism.
Right. Unfortunately, it's a tactic they use all the time. They use it because nobody wants their door put in. So just the threat of it will make most people comply. But what a lot of people don't realise is if they put your door in and it's not an indictable offence or they're not chasing an offender, then you can sue them for it.
Yeah, that's what I am looking to do. I'm trying to contact many different solicitors out there who would deal with no win, no fee. But what I'm getting from them is often that they are trying to twist around the law to me, and they will not basically feel like they can fight my case, even though if I had all the footage on the ring camera. The officer, I asked him for an email if I could have the footage, and he was like, no. He said he sees no reason for it. So,
right. Well, under GDPR, whether they think there's a reason for you to have footage or not, if the footage is of you or concerns you, then you're entitled to that footage under subject access request. What I'd suggest doing is, you say you've tried to get in touch with some solicitors. If you've got a pen,
I could just use my phone notes.
Right. Okay. Higgs, Newton, and Kenyon.
How do you spell all that?
HIGGS.
Like Higgs boson.
Yeah. Newton, as in NEWTON.
Okay.
And Kenyon, as in Kenyon.
Okay. Well, I will probably try them out at some point. I mean, I have tried one that was really no good. I think it was Hickman and Rose based in London, and they were hideous. They just said that they didn't have a case, they won't go on a CFA agreement. What my situation, I had what was called a deferred charge to be referred to a scheme that was recently set up by the Devon and Cornwall Police called Pathfinder, but they basically rejected my referral. So my current defence solicitor, which I do confess is rather hideous,
right,
said that they will put a summons in the post, which I have not had anything yet. So,
right. Well, HNK, Higgs, Newton and Kenyon, they've done work for me, and they've done work for lots of people from YouTube, and they will take on an awful lot of cases that other people won't, and they do it on a no-win, no-fee basis.
Right. Okay.
I don't get any kickback from them, by the way, for promoting them. I should, but I don't.
Okay. Right.
So I'm not saying it just because because I might get kickback, because I don't. They give me nothing. But I promote them because they did a good job for me, and they've done a great job for many other people who have had police specifically issues with the police.
Okay, right, yes. I mean, particularly I would fit the criteria as someone who does have a lot of issues with the police, because I find that some of the people accuse me because of just something like emails, really, because sometimes I have a tendency where I would want to blast someone with something that is more like the truth to a coward or an asshole, say.
Yeah.
That is basically what I'm like in terms of trying to attest the truth. And I have felt like I've been gaslighted by the way I've been dealt with, not just by the police, but by people in my family, but just not understanding how the law is very corrupted today. They just think it's all because of me. They're just looking at me as a person of fault, condemning me as a person.
A lot of them don't understand. A lot of them don't understand hidden illnesses. Like autism and things like that. I mean, we saw it recently with the female copper who arrested a 12-year-old girl for saying she looked like a lesbian nan.
I know. I heard about that. That was
sickening.
I could not get my head around that, because she probably could have looked like a lesbian. Who gives a shit about?
I said to them, I think it was West Yorkshire Police. I think it was.
Yeah, it was somewhere like West Yorkshire or up in Scotland somewhere.
I went on their Twitter page and actually said to them, she does look like a lesbo.
And what did they say?
Well, they're not replied, but I showed it last week on my live stream. I said, look, I went onto their Twitter page, and I said to them, like, what's the matter with you? You got this basically a mad cow running around who's getting the ump, because she does look like a lesbo.
Right, yeah, exactly.
So I don't know.
I would want to mention that I have had shit like this with the FBI in the United States, and did actually get handed down a 37-month prison sentence for something as daft as just sending blasting emails to people when I lived out in California. I've had this very similar thing going on when I've been honest with people with their hidden honesty.
But that's something that I've found. about people with autism, and I know quite a few people with autism, is they are
Right.
generally brutally honest, and they say what comes into their head, and I love it. I absolutely love the brutal honesty. But again, people don't understand that. So when somebody, if it goes to a court, a judge should understand that somebody with autism is going to say things very literal, very specifically. They're not going to skirt around something because they're afraid of hurting somebody's feelings, so to speak. They're just going to say it as it goes into their head. And I understand that, and I don't even, whereas judges and police seem to just completely overlook it.
I know it is beyond beggars' belief that they just basically feel that there is no mitigating circumstances to it.
Yeah.
And when really it's right there. I felt that when I took this plea deal in the United States, which is the way that people plea for a lesser sentence, would scare me with 30 years in the federal system, but just said I'll get, even my public defender said I'll get way less time than anticipated. It's only when it went to the probation board that they added more time to me, and I signed this plea deal under duress, which is like by coercion or DC. Which I am basically appealing to the Supreme Court in the United States.
Right. Yeah, it's a shame.
Going to the US at the moment.
I think for people with autism, I think it's, and I don't know if people do this or not, but when somebody with autism gets in trouble with the police, not through their own fault, so to speak, there's got to be people that you have around you. I don't know if you have social workers or care or some kind of carer or something along those lines that you can go to and say, right, this is a situation, right? They don't understand the way that I talk, and that I talk in a literal sense, and can you write something down for me that I can take to court? And I don't know if people do that or not, but I think it's something that people should do, because people that deal with you on a daily basis know you best. A judge sitting in a courtroom or a copper that doesn't give a shit is just going to go, fuck it. He said something he shouldn't have said, that, he broke the law. But there are very legitimate mitigating circumstances around things like that.
I mean, in some cases where there is autism, and it was very much like the omission of even a psychology report happened in the United States, that the U.S. attorney or prosecutor felt it was not appropriate. It was like a 50-page document prepared by someone who had 50 years of psychology at UCLA, which is a well-known prestigious university in the United States, written out on my behalf. Just kind of time flushed down the toilet to them. I find that not only when you try to mitigate autism, the court will always disregard it, I feel, a lot of the time. That's what is really disgusting.
Mental health problems only seem to be a concern when it's one of their own that's going up in front of a judge or a disciplinary panel. Other than that, they don't seem to really take it into account unless it's a high court.
Right?
But the rest of them just don't really seem to take it into account unless it is for one of their own. If it's a copper or a solicitor or a judge or whatever that's up the swanny. But then I ask myself all the time, why is somebody in that position if they've got some kind of mental health or some kind of deficiency that prevents them from understanding things properly? I mean, there was one recently, a copper, or say recently, last year, he was a firearms copper. Okay.
Right.
That he was caught for I can't remember what it was. He was caught for something. And his argument was, and it was accepted, his argument was that he had autism. And he had some mental health issues. And I ask myself, why is, no offense to people with autism, but people with autism can find it very difficult to understand different, what's the word I'm thinking of? Nuances. You know, which is not their own fault, and I'm not digging at anybody, but they can find it difficult to understand nuances. And a couple with a gun who can't understand nuances properly, or has struggles in social situations, is a fucking big danger to the public. So what was he doing there in the first place? How did he get a gun in the first place is basically where I'm going with that. Do you know what I mean? So they care more about their own when they've got these issues than they care about anybody else.
Right, yes, because I find that the history of how courts seem to always put it out in the favour of the cops seems like you stem as far as like the Rodney King riots, in which, you know, they got to a crisis for beating that man out of the truck, and the whole of Los Angeles went to riot. So,
yeah. Listen, you're starting to break up again a little bit, but I also need to wrap the call up because we've been on for nearly 20 minutes. But please give HNK a shout. They might not be able to help you, but they are pretty good.
Okay. All right. There, police abusing powers. You take care of yourself.
Dan, you can call me Dan. Dan. So if you call me again, you can call me Dan. It's fine. All right,
Danny.
You look after yourself. Keep us updated.
I will. I'll keep you updated, Dan. You take care of yourself.
You too. Look after yourself. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye now. Oh. Hello. Good evening and welcome. Hello.
Oh, hello, Dan.
Hello.
It's Adrian.
Hello, Adrian. How you doing?
Well, good. I'm still in London, and I kind of have like a bit of a grief with what's happening in London.
Let's hear it.
We have 3 million Chinese people that came to London, and there's something about 2020 when they offered Britain offered 3 million passports, and right now, kind of like the 3 million people are coming, and it's almost invaded with them. Like they go in big groups. The problem that I have is that in China you can travel only if you have a high credit score. If you're like a pure-hearted communist.
That's right.
So they already put the surveillance system in place. A lot of areas we have traffic lights and everything. We have like big cameras mounted to pointing at the people that are crossing. So soon enough, I think they're gonna make jaywalking illegal, and you might actually get points deducted and everything. And they have the amazing amount of people, and these people are buying like big properties, and it's just the way that I think that's just gonna be implemented into the system of issuing penalties to everyone. If they can do it to their own, they're gonna do it to this guy. Like,
let's be honest. We're already under some kind of an invasion as it is. Without going into that too deeply, because we'll get told off by people. But we're already under some kind of invasion. I think the government. Although the government go, the communist China and rah, 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 and they moan about how people have no rights over there and this, that, and the other, but it's exactly what they're trying to do here now. And you're absolutely right. It was not going to be long before there's, we've got all this facial recognition technology and the cameras going up literally on every street corner. Yeah. If you're seen dropping a chewing gum wrapper on the floor, you're going to get points on your record, so to speak, and all sorts of things. It's going to be a very dangerous thing to do.
Well, over here you can't feed the pigeons. Yeah, you can't feed the pigeons, seagulls, anything. The seagulls are eating the pigeons, and it's just going crazy. In America, you can't feed the homeless. You can actually go to jail in both situations. Like, where are you in jail? I fed the pigeons. Where are you in jail? I fed the homeless.
Yeah.
And the thing is that judges and everything, they got the role, of a judge, and they're from another country, and they're so grateful that they got the role. So
Hmm.
so they're gonna try to to please whoever gave them the role. So it doesn't matter how weird the sentence or the reason for sentencing is. They're gonna do it. Like they actually did in London, like 4 or 5 arrests for people staring at other people,
Yes.
staring at sexual harassment. It's just crazy. Like Mr. Bean, yeah, Mr. Bean
Mr. Bean, yeah.
had a interview where he was talking about freedom and other things, and he I don't know if he managed to put a spotlight on something. There was a guy in Britain that called a policeman's horse gay. Your horse looks gay.
That's right.
He
Yeah, I
was
remember that.
actually yeah, and is there's no more law. There's just a building for punishment. And
Do you know what my dad used to say to me, Adrian? Sorry to interrupt you. My dad used to say to me years ago, "Have a gay day." Okay.
Yeah, that's what
have a happy day. So if you went up to a horse and went, "Oh, the policeman," and said, "Your horse looks gay," okay, you obviously you could just be meaning your horse looks happy, okay, but they're going to nick you for it anyway, you know, because it puts their figures up. You know, the horse has got no fucking feelings when it comes to being called names.
Well, the horse actually doesn't like the rainbow. Have you seen the horses trying to go over a rainbow?
I've seen some videos of them. Yeah, it does confuse them a bit.
They don't like the rainbow, and it's very weird. Like these people decided to be gay, and they just took the rainbow from children, and now you see a child drawing a rainbow, and another one comes and say that's gay.
Yeah,
just because this guy came and took it without asking anyone, and just like we're taking this one. And that's very selfish, I think. And in London, you know the pride flag, the one with triangles and rainbow, and
the very inclusive pride flag. Yeah,
it started to be printed on benches and other things, and it's just mental the way that they're doing it. And at the end of the day, there's like a lot of I don't know if are you watching Simpsons sometimes, or have you watched?
I have in the past. I haven't for a long time, but I have in the past.
So there was the Simpsons boss, Mr. Burns, and he went to have his medical checkout done.
Right.
And the doctor, he came out of the checkout, and the doctor he said, "The doctor, how am I, doctor? You're surprised of how healthy I am?" And the doctor said, No, on the contrary. What do you mean? Well, you have all the diseases. And he said, what? Even, what's it called? Something with pregnancy. Yeah, a little bit. And it was called Free Stooge system. So because he had so many diseases at the same time, they were getting blocked in the door of the soul. So the same thing happens with everything that's happening now. We have this poison with foods.
Yep.
We have the agricultural thing. We have the corruption. We have the construction. Like we don't have a democratic system. Like when it comes to the building authorities, they just send you a letter. And if you don't go to the post office with the rest of your neighbors, that means you want to have a building. Like me, I got 5,000 new people next to me. Suddenly, Co-op threatens to close the store because theft is amazing. People just let their children in the store, and they just open everything up. And even security, if they have security, they can't push to grab stuff from the children or stuff like that. And they're just taking advantage of all of these things, and it's just mental what's happening. And we have the same problem. Like we have the mayor of London being a lawyer, as everyone knows, like the lawyer and the actors are the devil's people, like pure liars, and the only one that can what's it called? What do, pervert the
Pervert the
course
course of justice.
Yeah, and they're the only one that can do it. Like the more money you can give, the more resources the lawyer has from more people like himself, and they can just like they made the announcement in America, rent us, and we'll prove you innocent even if you're guilty. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
they actually had a big billboard of that thing, and it's just mental what's happening because with this democratic system that is in place with the buildings being done everywhere, because they're gonna send the building authority is gonna send everyone a letter, and they don't even mention your name or something. They just randomly they just put how many how many flats are over there. 6. Okay, flat 1, flat 2, flat 3, and everything. If you don't send me a letter, that means you're okay with me building, I don't know, a nuclear power plant next to you.
Yeah.
They should send us the letters like this about their wives. If if we don't send a reply, then we're going to share. Yeah, but that's a weird thing, and they also put it in what's it called when it comes to organ harvesting. You know, like if you have an accident, and this is I don't know exactly how corrupt the medical system is, but it seems to be pretty corrupt, especially
Pretty
in my
bad.
country.
It's pretty bad. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a lot of talk about this clinical death not existing, because clinical death is like you don't have any vitals or something, you're not responsive or something.
Yeah.
But usually people, if they keep resuscitating you, they can actually revive you after 10, 15 minutes. So if they give up on you because they have someone that's been paying like £12,000, £20,000 to be on the top of the list for a liver or something,
Yeah.
they won't struggle so much. So
Yeah.
right now you have to opt out of NHS organ harvesting,
Yeah.
and it's pretty difficult, and the GP can't do it, and you have to go and do it. And there's another problem. I opted out of NHS data sharing, and I also opted out of GP and hospital data sharing. So it's GP and hospital
The
data
fact that
sharing.
you've got to opt out of it itself is wrong. I mean, they shouldn't be sharing fucking data anyway.
Well, yeah, because it changed from Internet Explorer to Microsoft, and Microsoft is a private company, and it sells your data to insurance companies. So you can have your insurance canceled because they can buy it. I think it's around £400 to buy your medical data. So if you're entitled to get like £100,000 or £50,000, they're gonna pay £400 just to scratch the lottery ticket.
Yeah.
Because everything you said to your GP, I have sore throat, I'm tingly over here, I'm tingly down there. Everything is on the sharing list. So normally when you opt out, the NHS data sharing, it's gonna stop the practice from sharing your data from the moment that you opted out. So all the previous data is still going to be shared with insurance companies and other things. And as they did with some people that had what's called the COVID vaccine that was considered an experimental vaccine, some people actually lost their insurance, life insurance, when something happened. I don't know, because in the clause it says that you're not supposed to take experimental and stuff.
That's absolutely right. Yeah, absolutely right.
Put your life in danger or something like that, because that means it's like you're trying to kill yourself and get the money from them or something. So they're canceling that thing. Well, yeah, that's about the thing with the Chinese. The problem that I have that if it was just like everyone that could have came, I mean, everyone that fought against the system is stuck in that country, can't even take a bus, and everyone that's saying, "Oh, China is so beautiful, so great," I hope that president that has. I can't believe they have a president with the pronouns in their name, a female pronoun.
Again, it's trying to
President.
make it normal. It's the longer this goes on, the more people will forget how things used to be, and that's what's been happening over the past 20 years or more. Things have changed, and things are taught differently, and the stuff that we knew before is being replaced with this woke bullshit. And it's going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot for things to go back to any semblance of normality, if it can at all. And I don't think I think we're past the point of things going back to normal now.
Yeah. So there's I think it's the last. So there's I went a bit into all the religions like Quran, the Bible, and everything. And there's a thing in the Bible about not falling in love with knowledge, the tree of knowledge. And I believe the tree of knowledge is it's the internet. Like when they bit out of the fruit, the apple, whatever fruit it was, they found shame. They looked at each other, they found themselves naked, and they found shame. And you look at the internet, and you find shame saying certain words or asking certain questions. Like my question is, how is it? How is it? I'm not gonna say this one. Maybe it's point that is too strange to point it out. But it feels like when it comes to um, a couple mixing, it's mostly black men with white women. I don't really see it the other way around. And it seems like Eve betrayed us again. And I don't know. I have a neighbor who's quite close. She has 3 children, and the guy left, and the children are black. And in America, they have like a lot of this thing of fatherless homes and stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know. I'm me personally. If I get married to a woman and she has children, if the children look like me and it's just a little bit like me, I don't know. I don't want to have that stereotype. Like, look at this guy. He's still with his wife after he cheated with a black guy. I don't know. I don't want that stereotype. And uh, it I'm maybe a sinner or something, but yeah, I don't. When it comes to this thing, we should have relationships with people that we have a lot of things in common, not a strong, mysterious person that we're gonna shape and change and bring him to the godly footpath or something like that. So I think we should. I saw like some British people when they're having relationship, they always like talk about the place where they were born, things that they have in common, and other things, and that's amazing. That's super amazing. We do the same thing in my country. So, but as I said, sometimes Eve continues betraying us, biting out of that apple, doing it for the black snake. That's about it. Thank you.
No worries, isn't it? You're more than welcome. I've told you before, you're more than welcome to phone up. You always bring up lots of interesting things, some of which go over my head sometimes. But I know a lot of the people in the comments always say that they enjoy listening to your comments. So you're always welcome.
Oh, thank you so much. And yeah, I think after last thing, this I think we're run by India, and this country starting to look like India. It's starting to smell like India, and we're starting to have like the same politicians as India. And now America's gonna have potentially an Indian president, and that's all just super mental. And after they did the fake moon landing with India with the plastic toy, and now they're gonna increase the budget they're gonna give to India for next year. And I don't know this budget that I could. They
Well,
keep
that's a
scamming.
joke in itself, Adrian. I mean, India have just managed to land on the dark side of the moon, setting up their first shops, and we've given them loads of money.
They didn't have cameras over there,
and we've given them loads of money in aid recently to go towards their space. What the fuck is that all about?
Yeah, I don't believe. I saw the videos. I don't believe that thing. It was even faker than our moon landing. When that guy, Reagan, called to the moon, what did he do? Did he tell the astronauts don't forget to put the landline on the moon?
Well, to be fair, the call was done, allegedly, we'll say, because I don't want to fall out of anyone, was allegedly done via radio. So the radio, NASA is supposed to have been in contact with the ship, and when it comes through, they were able to divert it through a landline. It's the same way, to be honest, it's the same way that the police can speak to people over the phone via a radio through the control room. To be honest,
I don't know. I have friends that had the radios, and the radio signal is also pretty limited. You need with the phone signals and everything has to connect. It can't go. The phone signal can't go over a certain distance without a circuit in between, like a pole, transmissible pole, and everything. And there's quite a giant gap on doing that.
There is a giant gap. You're absolutely right. 250,000 miles or so. But again, this is why they say the satellites that the radio signals are supposed to bounce off the satellites. Again, I'm not. Me personally, I believe that we landed on the moon. Me personally, right? I don't knock people for their beliefs if people believe that we didn't. Okay, I'll listen to their arguments. Okay, and I'll have a discussion with them. I'm not going to fall out with people over it. Do you know what I mean? But for me personally, from my point of view, what I've seen, I think we did land on the moon. I think it would be really difficult to fake it, and I wondered to myself, why on earth would they fake it? Now I can understand why they might have. If they were doing it now, I can understand why they'd fake it, but I don't see why they would want to fake it years ago.
I can tell you how they fake it. So it was like a race and stuff, and it's like a magic trick that you can pay millions and billions to certain families to go into a race, like a giant fortune. Like you get, let's say, so you and me we would start like this company. We would recruit poor twins, and we would just launch a rocket. We can actually put the people into the rocket. We'll launch it towards the sea. The guys die. Doesn't matter. We do this thing on the and weird landscape somewhere in Europe or somewhere. We do their landing, then we do some special effects, because if they managed to make Titanic so realistic when they didn't actually have a giant boat, they could do that thing also. And we can present when we do the coming back the coming back to Earth. We can put what do we need? Like a small capsule, no? We can launch that with a giant helicopter that transports tanks, and we can have the rest of the twins that we had on Earth, and show them. Here we go. They're safe.
The problem that I see, and I'm not going to get in too deep into that on this call, but the problem, the thing is, amateur astronomers, you yourself, you could buy the equipment to monitor this, something going into space, to monitor the signals and things like that. I don't understand it all, but I know you can buy stuff as amateur astronomers to be able to confirm some of the stuff that NASA says.
Well, government can make any threat to their plans just disappear immediately. They can put you in a mental asylum. They can just do what they did to some African politicians. Came with a cleaning crew and just wiped out the whole family. And when it comes to the power of the government, I don't know. I think the most shady part is the national security. That it seems like they're securing their plans and everything. And I think the next plan is like reducing global population by an incredible amount, so they can put in plan a lab-grown people.
The next plan. I'll tell you what the next plan is alien invasion.
We have so many resources and so many this thing with the abortions and stuff. I think they had so many children that were born with abnormalities that they can actually grow in certain conditions and put different fluids and animals and mix them with so many things that they actually can launch like some creature looking people, and we're actually gonna believe them, and they're gonna have blue blood or green blood, phosphorus blood or anything. I think everything now is kind of taken by Hollywood, and like Saddam Hussein used to address his people through a giant hologram, and imagine like I don't know how many people had phones in that area or how, but maybe a lot of the old people actually saw him as God. He would actually have this steam machine, and he would just use like some projectors and project himself in like a 3D manner. It was before it was like some lives from that time. Yeah, that I think that's kind of it.
We're gonna have to catch up on this on another live stream, I'm afraid, Adrian.
Thank you, Dan.
I've only got 15 minutes before we go on the panel, and I want to take some more calls if I can. But thank you for calling in.
No worries. Thank you so much. Have a good day, Dan.
All right, you look after yourself. Take care.
You too. Bye-bye. I don't know how to close.
That's all right. I'll do it. There we go. So, Adrian, again, with lots of points being brought up there. The alien thing, is. Be careful to scoff at that, because I've got a funny feeling that something will be happening soonish. Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Hello, Dan. Hello, chat.
Hello. You're late. You're normally first.
I'm feeling rather depressed at the moment.
What's
I
up?
must make a disclosure. I'm an autist.
Right. Okay.
And my local police force has completely lost the plot. I was reading today on Twitter that the owners of a local hotel who were burgled and tweeted about it were contacted by the police and told to take their tweet down because apparently it hurt the feelings of the burglars. That's not a joke. That's serious.
I believe you. I believe you. That's why I'm laughing. That couldn't be a joke. I genuinely believe that that's true.
Yeah.
Wow.
And the police around here, they're arresting everyone who supports the Stradley Park protests, whether they're on the protest sites or if they just support it online. I mean, there was one guy who's been arrested for malicious communications because he retweeted a video from the Stradley Park Hotel.
Yeah.
And he wasn't anywhere near the hotel at the time. Yeah. He retweeted it, and he's got video evidence and other proof to show he was nowhere near. He wasn't even in the town.
I told Based Welshman this would happen. I said to him, because we spoke on the phone before he went to Stradley Park, because he was asking some questions and he wanted to know some questions on the legislation. So we discussed that, and I said to him that they're going to nick you, and he said he knows. And I said, listen, they're going to nick you because what they want to do is they're going to look at you as the ringleader, and they're going to nick you, so everybody else goes, oh shit, we're going to get nicked. So you need to tell everybody not to be afraid. If they keep you in, they'll keep you for 24 hours. Just go to sleep. Go to sleep in the cell. Fuck it. Next day, they've got to let you go. Do you know what I mean? And there is the only reason they're arresting people is to give them bail conditions not to go there. So they're false arrests, but even if they're false arrests, they just go, we're investigating, and they can investigate for as long as they fucking want, whilst you're on bail conditions or under investigation with conditions not to go there. And that is their trick. Okay, how can we stop people attending? Let's arrest them all, or arrest as many as we can, give them bail conditions not to go back, and then in 6 months' time we'll say the investigation's over, no further action.
Well, I'm worried now because I'm wondering how long it'll be before my collar is felt.
Yeah.
And the biggest worry is that I'm on a lot of serious heart medication, and I'm really worried about dying in custody from a lack of heart medication.
Right, and to be honest, I don't mean to frighten you or anybody else for that matter. When I was arrested in January last year in London, they said, you're on any medication? And I said, yeah. First of all, have you got any mental health issues? And I had to say yes, because I was on medication for it, which is a shame, because when you say yes, they take all of your clothes off of you and give you a paper suit in case you try and kill yourself, right? So anybody that says they've got mental health issues will be treated vastly different from everybody else, and you'll be embarrassed. But again, if you have, you need to tell them, unfortunately. Now, there is some medication that I can go without, but there is one of the medications that I have to take that I can't go without for more than 48 hours. Okay, so I didn't take it on the day because I forgot. So I took it the day before I went down there. They kept me for 24 hours. So I was over my 48 hours, and I asked them, I said, that's the medication I need. So what did they do? They brought me the medication that I didn't need and didn't give me the medication that I did need. Because they're assholes. And unfortunately, that does happen. And again, I'm not saying it to frighten people, but you need to be very careful when getting arrested, that you speak, and try and get everything documented. Right? If they don't give you your right medication, you say, right, and I want something to say why you're not giving me my fucking medication. And you need to try and document everything.
Yeah.
But
I'm really worried, particularly since that the police seem to be working hand in glove with far left activists that do seem to have a background in fraud of one kind or another.
Right.
And there was a couple of disturbing incidents over the past month or so. There was a group of women from the camp who were going to the local Tesco for supplies, and they were being followed by 4 men in a red car, and they were almost forced off the road. But when they reported it to the police found the vehicle. It belonged to an elderly couple, and they said they hadn't noticed it had disappeared.
Right.
And then a few nights later, there was a discussion in a private Facebook group that was leaked to another Facebook group that I was a part of, where 2 groups of far left protesters were going to go down to the protest camp and get in protesters' faces, and they were discussing amongst themselves what time they would go, 1 o'clock in the morning, should they wear face coverings and hoodies and masks, and they were looking to provoke violence. And because I'm some distance away, I was telling everyone in the chat who was supplying this information, look, call the police now. They may be drunk, they may be carrying weapons, they may pull a bladed article out.
Yeah.
And then less than 24 hours later, 2 different people contacted me on Facebook Messenger. I did send these to you a few weeks ago, accusing me of cyber stalking.
Yeah.
And they reported me to the police. So I reported them to the police for cyber stalking, because some of the stuff that they were coming out with, I just couldn't believe it. And when a protester got arrested last week, these activists contacted his wife online and started taunting him to her, saying that he likes to wear women's dresses. Is he going to appear in the dock wearing a women's dress?
Right.
And there was one about him being raped in the prison showers by the sisters. If you've seen The Shawshank Redemption,
Right.
and yet one of these people accused me of cyber stalking for no apparent reason.
Oh.
It's just really, really scary and really nasty, and it did trigger me, because I remember a few years ago, people were actively discussing on the internet how they were hoping that I would be raped by a man with brown muscles.
Right. Okay.
So and the police seem to be giving them, carte blanche to do whatever they want, but they're going after us instead. And
yeah, the dissenting
voices,
yeah. They need to silence, and that's how they're doing it.
I would feel better if the mafia were patrolling the streets than the police, because if you pay off the mafia, they'll leave you alone. It doesn't seem to happen with the police. They are out of control, and we're always wondering when there's going to be a civil uprising, when there's going to be a revolution, and are people too docile to get up and do something about it? I think a more pertinent question is, are we going to see another Raoul Moat?
Well,
I think we could.
That's a touchy subject. I
don't know about the rest of you, but this country is extremely oppressive. I feel a heavy burden, and the police have been out of control for a long time. The rot, I think, really began with Plebgate. And if they could do that to a cabinet minister, I mean, what chance do the rest of us have?
That was probably one of the things that brought it to public's attention more, but it's been going on obviously for way longer than that. But yeah, the Plebgate may have brought that to the public's attention a little bit more and got people talking about it. What was I going to say? What was I going to say? No, it's gone. I'm glad this happens less and less, but it still happens.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just worried that if I'm deprived of my medication, I'm really done for. Because I'm on heavy dosage.
Yeah.
That really scares me. I was at death's door last year. I don't want to be in that situation again.
No, but as I said, my story about when I got arrested, that wasn't meant to, I didn't say that to frighten people if they get arrested. It's more of a highlight that you need to, don't just let them get away with not giving you what you need if you do get arrested for any reason. They've got a health, what do they call them? Like a healthcare worker there, or sometimes doctor or whatever. But if there's no doctor there, then you need to request that you speak to an actual doctor, somebody who can prescribe the medication that you need if they say that they can't give it to you. Because if you need it, you need it. And if you're going to be in there for 24 hours and you need medication every day, not giving you that medication can kill you.
Yeah.
Even if it's just mental health medication, my head goes absolutely fucking south when I don't take that medication for 48 hours or more. And I'm in a daze. I don't know where I'm going, what I'm doing. And I really struggle. And putting people in that situation while you're in a cell, for example, is very, very dangerous. So you need to make sure. I didn't So again, this is my, highlighting to people, if you ever get in that situation and the police won't allow you to have certain medication, then you request to speak to a doctor. I want to speak to a GP, not a healthcare professional, but like a fucking nurse or whatever. I want to speak to a GP who can give me the medication that I'm supposed to be taking. I don't want to see anybody get in a situation where they do something stupid because the police have, or where something bad happens to them because the police haven't given them the medication that they are supposed to have.
Yeah. Well, thank you for listening to my plight.
No worries.
Wish you and everyone on the chat a good night.
And you look after yourself. Take it easy.
You too. God bless. Bye.
Bye-bye. Right. Sorry, guys. That's it for the calls tonight. Make myself invisible and close that window and double click that to make it bigger. Double rub that to make it bigger. Sorry. It's the calls are over now. Now things descend into chaos. Excuse me. So yeah, quite a few interesting calls there. Again, I like doing the phone-ins because we do get a lot of people that don't want to come on the panel for one reason or another. So I enjoy that part of the stream. We are going to go with the panel, so I'm going to throw the link in the comments, but then I'm going to give you the be right back screen while I go and get another drink because I'm nearly out. Whoever's in the back first will get to come up on the panel. So let me get the invite link. That's there. Paste. There is the link. I'm going to replace pinned message. But I will be back in just a second once I've got myself another drink, and whoever's in the back first gets to come up on the panel. So I'll see you in just a moment.
You are watching the Police Abusing Powers channel. Your host, Dan, is currently taking a comfort break and will be back momentarily. Your patience is appreciated. Please check the video description for channel social media links, where we share alternative content, not necessarily in video format. Did you know, contrary to popular belief, it is not legal for a pregnant woman to urinate into a police constable's helmet, unless of course their head is on fire. Due to the nature of the content and limits YouTube place on freedom of speech, your support is important. There are ways you can support the channel listed in the description. Why not participate? You can contact Police Abusing Powers using the phone number on your screen when the lines are open, or you can Skype using Dan Pap as the contact. That's Dan P-A-P.
I know you love that music. Right, okay, so we have a few people in the back here. First of all, Kaylee, do us a favour. Just give yourself a spam. Just go like that as hard as you can. Hello, Kaylee.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good, good. Next up, we've got Roger. Roger, can you pick your nose and eat it?
I'm fine, thank you. Hold on a minute.
Hello, Roger.
Good evening. Have we got some sort of loop going on YouTube?
I think, yes, that noise is coming from Kaylee's microphone.
No, it was going before you brought her up. When the background music was playing, it was like looping and
Was it
playing
stopped?
about that.
No, I can still hear Roger talking in the background.
Hold on.
Anyway, next up we've got Loafer. Loafer, do us a favour, just give us put your right hand in the air for me. Good man, thank you very much. Hello, Loafer.
Good evening.
Oh, sorry, did you not want to be seen today?
That's all right. No, I've not got my makeup on.
Ah, right, I see. Yeah, in that case,
Is that why your mic's louder?
Now can I ask all of you to just be quiet for a moment, because Tina's coming up. Let's hope that things are working properly. Tina, do us a favour, just touch the top of your head for me, either hand. Well, okay, both hands then.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening.
How are you?
I'm good. Is it coming through okay?
Well, we can hear you. I'm getting. I can hear myself in the back.
Yeah.
We can hear the loop as well.
Yeah. I don't know what that is. Is there any echo?
Let me try something on my end.
It's your end, Dan.
My end? My end.
Right,
If I
everybody mute their mics except Dan, and then you talk, Dan.
Okay. Right. Hello, good evening, and welcome. Is it me?
No, it's not you.
Tina as well.
Okay. It's not coming from you, Roger. So I'll go through individually and we'll see. So I'll unmute Kaylee. No, I can't, because Kaylee's muted herself. So can you? Right, thank you, Kaylee. I can't hear myself. Just say something, Kaylee. Anything?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, and there's no echo there. I'm just going to mute you for a sec. Loafer's turn. Loafer, can you speak?
Test for echo.
Or ring? What do you mean ring? Or sing? I meant. No, we're not. It's not coming from you. And yeah, it's coming back from Madam Tuna. Why the hell's that? I don't get it.
No, I don't get it either, because I've tested every other service I've got here.
Right. Can you've muted now, Tina. I can't hear you at all now. Oh, goodness me. I can't hear Roger either.
No, it's all right. I had myself muted.
Right.
It sounds like Heather just said that Tina's mic is picking up her speakers.
Because she doesn't echo, but when anybody else speaks, it's coming back, and it's only started since Tina came on.
Yeah, so that's what we get. We you're not echoing at all. When you speak, Tina, it's only we're hearing everybody else speak, which, as Heather's just said, it sounds like it's coming through speakers, but most microphones have a way of cutting that out. So it shouldn't be doing that. Sorry?
Well, I had it upstairs on mine. I had to go onto headphones.
Can you try? Actually, can you try doing it through your mobile phone at all?
What?
Just to see what happens. Log on to here. If you go. Yeah, if you go onto your phone.
Yeah.
Click the link for StreamYard. Log in that way. You should come up as another account. Sorry, guys, in the backside. It'll come up as another account. I'll mute the one that you're on now. We'll see if we still get it coming through your mobile phone.
So you want me to turn StreamYard off on here?
No, you can stay on here. Just log in again.
It was doing it when you were playing the intermission music as well, Dan. There was a bit of a loop going on with that. When you were playing.
Yeah, I got it. I can hear the echo. Damn.
So
Right.
I don't know what's going on there. Let me try this.
I got a built-in mic and built-in speakers. They're not separate. Right. They're built into a PC. My laptop did the same the other day. I don't know what's going on, but I thought I'd sorted it all out. So if I'm causing echo, I'll go off again.
Well, I've just done. Yeah, it's still coming through. I was going to say, I've just tried reducing your background noise.
Yeah, but I've got no microphones plugged in. It's built in.
Right.
He did it on my
the microphone's fine. There's nothing wrong with the microphone. This seems to be the speakers. Down from the speakers are kicking through as well.
No, I don't understand because I don't know what's happening.
It could be StreamYard and YouTube pissing about.
It only seems to be YouTube. StreamYard that I have a problem with because when we were on Discord the other day on StreamYard, I had the same problem there. So it is basically, I think, StreamYard for me. So I don't know why.
Well, we've been having problems with StreamYard all week, haven't we, done with the comments freezing and
if it's going to be a problem, Dan, I'll switch off.
1 second.
Tina's going to have to stay muted one of
Right. Right. Okay. So solution StreamYard. Enable echo, which I've tried. Wear headphones to remove the possibility of sound coming from your speakers reaching your microphone, or turn down the speakers so the microphone doesn't.
Right. So let's try turn.
That's directly from StreamYard.
Right. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. That's not going to. Shouldn't affect the microphone, but you can still hear.
You want me to turn the microphone down?
No, the microphone shouldn't be much. It's the speakers. It says to turn the speakers down, so it's not loud enough to set the microphone up. But
right,
do you have any?
I've turned it down as low as I can before turning it off.
Do you have any headphones, Tina?
I do. Yeah.
Can we give those a try?
Yeah, can do.
It's going to be a pain in the arse. We want you to come up. So I want to try and figure this out. While you're doing that, I'm just going to bring up Gabby.
Yeah, kick me out for now.
I'll just mute you. Just mute for a moment. Gabby, just touch your nose, either hand. Thank you. Hello.
Hi there.
Hi, Gabby.
Hiya.
Have you had a haircut?
Aye.
See, I notice these things. Me.
I didn't get it coloured, but
that looks nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna go naturally grey.
Yeah, speak to Roger about that. He knows all about it.
That's it. Drop me in this shit.
Eclectic. Can you do me a favour?
Roger gives away all the good answers.
Give me a peace sign with your left hand. Nice. Thank you. I'll bring you up.
You're right, darling.
Very much. Hello, Eclectic.
Hello, Dan. You all right?
Yes, mate. Not so bad. How you been?
Yeah, I'm good, mate. Thank you very much.
Good stuff. Good stuff. We'll come back to you in just a second. SG, SG, can you come on the camera, please?
Nope.
Oh God.
Okay. Right, Tina, let's. Oh, right, we've
Okay.
unmuted. Tina's unmuted. Can we hear you, Tina? Speak, please.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Yeah. We
Hi,
can hear
Tina.
you, and there is no echo.
That's great.
Brilliant. Sorry to be a pain in the arse. You look like Princess Leia a little bit.
Thanks. Now I feel fucking old. That was a long time ago. I definitely feel old out of that one. Hi, Gabby. Hi, everybody.
Hi there.
Yeah, I've got a new desktop coming anyway, Dan. So, but it is Windows. Windows has put 2 corrupted files on. Everybody, I've been to the Windows team. They're trying to get them off. Because he said, "Oh, you got to just go look for the file." I said, "Well, you bloody look for it on my computer because I can't find what you put in there."
Yeah, you fucking hidden it.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know why it's doing it because this is an all-in-one. I would have expected a problem on the laptop, but not on an all-in-one because the speakers are basically the mic works with the camera. So, and then you've got the speakers built in. So, I don't know.
It's a pain in the arse, isn't it? But I'm glad we managed to get a fix for tonight anyway, because I felt really bad for the last couple of live streams. Because we like having you on, and it's just a pain in the arse that we've been having.
I just want to be a pain in the ass to all of your chat members. That's all it is.
You normally are.
I don't care.
How is everybody?
Yeah, fine.
Good. What have you been
I'm
up
good.
to? Anything interesting? Apart from getting your hair cut.
Got my hair cropped.
Still got
It looks nice, Gabby.
Yeah,
I've done
what
mine
I'm going to do, I'm going to go driving lessons. I've decided
You're going
I'm
to go
taking
to driving lessons.
Yeah,
Ooh, well
taking
done.
them up. So yeah, wish me luck. I wish
You can
everybody
drive-
else luck.
Means you can drive down to my next party and come and see us.
Yeah, I'd love to. I'd love that. Yeah, because my husband, my man, used to drive, and that's something I never learnt to do.
It's
I
a good
just-
skill to have, Gabby. It really is a good skill. I went for driving lessons, but I was always a bike rider, and I've had 2
Right.
accidents that have nearly killed me, and they've both been in cars, and it was like, nope, I'm sticking to the bikes.
It opens a lot of doors. Opens a lot of doors for you as well.
Yeah,
It does,
so
yeah.
that I've got my 2 dogs are getting old, and you've got to go visit the vet, and I've not got anybody to take me, so I just need to learn to do it myself. But I'm terrified.
It gives you good independence, Abby. You'll be great.
Yeah, you'll be all right. You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Yeah,
You'll pass
my
the
first,
time.
I booked it in the 21st of September.
Okay, what's that for you? Your
The
theory?
lessons, aye.
Oh, for the lessons. Have you done your theory?
I've not done the theory yet. Oh my god.
It's fine. Just start. Just spend a little bit of time revising it. You'll be all right. You'll be fine.
If you go online, Gabby, there are test examples for the theory test online.
But as in the way,
if you go onto the internet and type
Yeah.
in driver theory test, you'll find some samples online.
right? So I could do that, aye. But
And you can also look up as well road traffic signs, because that's one of the parts of the theory, recognizing traffic signs and signals. And you'll get loads of them that will show you exactly what they are.
Right.
It'll help you out with your theory, all right?
Theory and practical test and all.
Yeah,
a
that'll
written
be.
test,
You'll
yeah.
be fine with that. The practical one's easy. Practical one's easy.
Yeah, that's easy.
Well, I'll let you know how we're getting on anyway.
Oh, yeah,
but
we want to
Yeah,
know.
do.
That's the plan.
I'll send you some fluffy dice when you pass to put in your window.
That would
It sends one of those things that go across the top of the screen that says Gabby on one side and some question marks on the other side.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
What about
That
picture
would-
pack?
Question marks, aye.
Yeah, the last accident I had, my son was only year and a half. I was pregnant for my daughter. A 35-ton road sweeper came over a bridge. He fell asleep at the wheel. A lorry in front of us tried to stop him, but he ended up coming with his wheel through the window in the car we were in, which was a Triumph. It wasn't a big car. The Triumph was still going, but we had this 35-ton road sweeper, and it was 5 generations of family in the car. And it was, when we got out, we're like, how we got out there alive, I do not know.
Wow.
So,
No.
yeah.
Well, that puts you off.
Yeah, it does. But what got me the most, the driver got out and said nobody got hurt. I punched his lights out, and then he got arrested by copper. Anchor, I've got my kids in the car. So, but yeah, he only got an £80 fine, and he didn't even have his license revoked.
That's terrible.
He fell asleep at the wheel. So
wow,
that was in 1984.
That was the year I get married.
But it was scary because my sister had her son in the back as well.
Sorry to jump in there. Are you having issues with the chat again tonight, jumping and that on YouTube?
I'm not. No, not tonight.
Fine, my end.
Okay. They must be messing me around again then.
So how are you doing, Dan? You okay?
Yeah, just tired still. Just same old, same old.
Yeah, I've not heard from the tier appeal yet, but I've been ringing them up, and they're saying there's backlog, so maybe they are looking at it. We should have had a letter by now. So,
well, nothing's come through, but yeah, I've been wiped out. I've been on this diet. I've given up. I haven't had a drink for 3 weeks. Still smoking.
Bloody well done. Well done. The drink,
yeah, but again,
we know
it's not
smoking's bad, but the drink is the worst part because of the sugar levels, because you've got a lot going on at the minute.
Yeah, but it's not. I mean, the drink again. I only used to drink once a week, and that was on a Sunday night.
I'm not going to argue with you.
It was really easy for me just to go fuck it. I'll just go without, Whereas smoking 20 times a day, I'm going like this. Well, 1,000 times a day, I'm going like this. 20 times a day, I'm opening my box up, and that's a habit that's far harder to get out of. But just saying, "Oh fuck it, I'll have some water instead," is so much. It's just it's easy, so it's not been an issue.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've still been keeping a diary for the last 10 days of what I eat when I'm sleeping, because the doctor hasn't diagnosed me with ME yet, with CFS. So I'm keeping a diary of the times that I'm going to sleep, waking up, going to sleep, waking up 2-3 times a day, what I'm eating, what I'm drinking, and my blood pressure in the morning and in the evening. And after 2 weeks or so, I'm gonna make an appointment, go and see him, and say, look, this is me, this is my life at the moment. Is there anything not right there? And I'm sure he's going to say, well, you shouldn't be sleeping that often. And I'm like, well, I shouldn't have had fucking 5 strokes either, but I did.
Well, the sleep is part of the process with what you got wrong with you. That's normal because you get exhausted so quickly with the conditions. They don't understand that part of it. It's one of these things that they don't know enough about. And there's not a lot of groups looking into it because they don't ever do sleep patterns. They did some research about 8 years ago around the CFS and ME and the chronic pain, chronic fatigue, but they got no results from that. There was nothing come back on it. So
they've
it's really
just
weird.
finished a new study, Tina.
Have they? What did they say?
And they're saying now, the experts are saying that ME is down to your DNA, and they can try and cure it by changing your DNA.
I'm not having any. I'm not having any.
Yeah, right.
Exactly. And it's fuck all to do with DNA. But that's what they came out with last week.
Yeah, they come up with such ridiculous stuff. Like they think that HRT, hormone replacement therapy, is going to cure Alzheimer's. And I'm like, what? Who come up with that idea? Yeah. What school? What university did you go to? You twat! All it's going to do is give them more complications.
That study had been started, they reckon, 2-3 years ago, but they've only just announced it because there is a supposed rise in ME.
Yeah, they offered drugs for so many silly things. Well, after my cancer, they said, "Oh, we're going to give you HRT treatment." I said, "Why?" Well, it'll help you with that, so it'll prevent cancer. It doesn't. It gives you heart attacks and strokes and a high risk of cancer. No, thank you. And why do you want to give me hormone? hormone
only got to
replacement
look at
therapy
all
for.
this stuff they're coming out now with, oh, we can cure this, we can cure
Yeah,
that.
it's a lot of
Every
rubbish.
single cure they're putting out is DNA based, according to them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, they told me it'd be beneficial.
Very
You know, the ladies go through the menopause, all that kind of stuff, and this doctor's trying to. Well, it'll help with that. I said, I haven't got a womb, so what the fucking hell do I need hormone replacement therapy for?
Yeah.
I said I had an operation when I was 40.
I had the hysterectomy, God, when I was, I'm 32. I was 32 when I had
I was 40 when I had mine. Yeah.
And I had the hysterectomy, and they gave me these patches, and it was all right at first, and then after a while, I felt this burning sensation. I was all burnt, a big bloody lump and all that, it was terrible.
They got patches and they got pills for HRT, but they
They
are
weren't
extremely dangerous.
they weren't nicotine patches, were they?
I think they were.
Could have been.
But they've never offered me anything since. So I've been for the past 25 years with nothing.
This is what I use to go to bed at night with, and I pay for these myself. They're supposed to be available on the NHS, but they turn and talk about it. Oh, we're not going to give you that. These are cannabis patches, cannibal oil. Okay, and you put it on to go to bed, and then leave it on till the next evening. They're also waterproof. You don't roll them. You don't roll them. And they're stick-ons. There's a little button in the middle. You press it, and it releases the cannibal oil into your system, and it relieves a lot of the pain, and it does help you sleep. These are only 30 milligrams, but I buy them myself because the hospital won't provide them for my pain. So
yeah. No, all doctor give me was naproxen and cocodamol for the pain for
that's
when
it. Yeah.
Just like, go on, take these. You won't get addicted to them, honestly.
Yeah,
you can have a stronger one with our condition, Dan, and that's tramadol, but that is very, very easy to get hooked on.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's morphine based.
Yeah.
Tramadol's
I
morphine
was on
based,
it
like
for about
Oromorph.
2 years, and I had a hell of a job coming down off of it.
Yeah, when you get fixed on it, you can't. It's hard to get off.
Yeah.
Looks like Sean's having a transition.
And fallopian tubes. Oh, nice, Jan. Well put, mate. Well put.
Who you donating to, Sean? Because apparently there's some blokes out there want some as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Hello, Mrs. W.
The fatigue that I've got and the fatigue that Roger's got, I think is the same thing. I think it's from the same thing. For me, I was told that I wasn't told that it was DNA, anything to do with my DNA or anything like that. It's to do with the fact that my brain trying to repair itself, which is why they put you in a coma if you have a major brain injury. So your body is saying to you, right, I need to fix this problem, so we'll put you to sleep. Your brain's saying, I'll make you go to sleep so we can try and fix this problem. And if it's not fixing the problem, so if the damage is, like I think the damage for me is not a major issue as such, but my brain can't fix it, or it's struggling to fix it, which is why I'm so tired for the last 2 years, because it's continually trying to fix it still, rather than giving up and going, I think we can't fix this. Let's make a new neural pathway. It's still trying to fix that damage, and that's I think I'm so as tired as I am.
But if you look at other,
they get rewired wrong as well. That can also be an issue.
But if you look at medication, if you look at medication,
because I've been wired wrong for fucking years.
if you look at medication as well and go down through the list of the medication that you take combined, a lot of those tablets also cause fatigue.
Yeah,
and in some cases, insomnia. A lot of mental health medication will cause insomnia where you can't sleep.
Yeah, so you're on something that makes you want to sleep, and then something else that counteracts that, and you're laying there in bed wanting to fall asleep but can't, and you're getting frustrated. And last night I didn't get to sleep till 5 o'clock this morning. Wow. I did fall asleep in the afternoon yesterday, and I think I woke up about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and then I was just stuck. I got into bed. I think I must have got into bed about 3 o'clock, 2:30, 3 o'clock. I just thought to myself, I need to get some fucking sleep. Well, I need to at least get into bed because sitting here is not doing me any good. So I got into bed and I was tossing and turning, couldn't get comfortable. I even had to put a fan on last night to cool myself down and sleep
Once
out.
you start that tossing, you can only lay one way, can't you?
Yeah, you can't lay on your front. If you lay on your back, you're out camping.
But it's about checking what they're giving you in a combination of drugs. And my doctor hates me, so I don't see her very often because she throws a pissy fit and then tries to treat me like a child. So I told her to go forth and sort herself out. So I see a different one now. And she said, why do you challenge our decisions? Because I don't trust you. You're trying to give me drugs which can do me harm. So I'll look for a herbal alternative to protect my body. You know, it's just crazy what they want to give you. It's like, why do I need that? I mean, you do a blood test. Everybody gets full blood counts done, yes? You get your results on your doctor's surgery. I don't know whether have all of you got doctors online where you can see your records?
I haven't seen my doctor for over 4 years.
Well, about time you went then. Basically,
No,
I've got
systems. I can't see them. They send me a text. They send me a text and say, please do not get in contact with us because of the COVID. That's
they have to see you. A GP is paid to see their patients.
I know the rules. I used to be a patient forum member, and
I just turn up. I just get. Yeah, I go down there when they tell me I can't see anybody. I go down. I said I'm not leaving till I see someone. Anyway, we've had this discussion. Yeah, I go down there. I go down there on my own. But I've actually seen my records of a full blood count, which comes back within a couple of days. Satisfactory, no further action. This one doctor rings me. Can we have a chat about your meds? What's wrong with it? It just says it's fine. No further action. Oh, I want to give you some medication. What the hell for? The blood test, they don't show any problems. No sugar levels, no high cholesterol, no blood pressure problems. What the hell is going on in your head?
I'm actually thinking about suing them or something because that's not right.
It's not right. They should see you when you request it.
Sending me texts, please do not contact us today as there's only one doctor.
Yeah, you need to report them. The General Medical Council is where you report them. GMC. You'll find their address online and send a complaint letter in that you're not being seen. I think Stuart V's put it right.
Being quiet down the bottom there. You got any meds you're on there, buddy?
I want everything, mate. Fucking shit, huh?
Yeah, most of us probably rattle as we walk down the street.
As Dan says, you couldn't put a full working human being together out of bits from the lot of us.
Talk about doctors, though. My doctor's fucking actually part-time. You know? They don't work most days.
Because they do private practice as well.
Yeah,
they do.
Fucking useless, mate.
What we got down here now, Gamer, is basically 2 doctor surgeries are being reported because they're now doing e-consult. So they got doctor surgeries, they're being paid for by the government, but you walk in, there's no one there, there's only reception staff, and the doctors are not even in the building. So they're now going e-consults, you do a video or a phone call, and they've now been reported. I've helped somebody put a letter into the GMC, and they put a serious complaint in. These people were told during COVID by Boris Johnson in 2 warning letters, if you refuse to see your patients, you will lose your license to practice. They are first call.
I guess that's the road I'm doing.
They are the first port of call.
I can't walk. I phoned the doctors about 3 years ago with a lump in my leg. I've still got the lump. I can hardly walk. And
what you can do, Gabby, is ring 111, the helpline.
Yeah.
Tell them your doctor's not seeing you. You'd like somebody to come and check you because of what's going on with your body. If you've got a bad leg, you can't walk, can an ambulance team come and check you out?
Right. Just
okay.
111.
The reason is I've sent people to A&E that have had mental health breakdowns. One thought he was having a stroke because his face was all drooped and stuff. It was what do they call it? What's it called? A TIA? I think it was. Some kind of mini stroke. So he got to hospital. But what they said to 111 is, my doctor won't see me. I need help. And they are literally putting in thousands of complaints against GP practices, choking up the A&E because they won't see their patients.
I have got all the texts. I'll say don't come please don't contact the surgery. The doctor's not there. And
yep,
they can't do that.
Another one said
I go down
last one was COVID. But last week or something, said somebody in the practice has got COVID.
If people are going to get COVID, people are going to get COVID.
Aye.
You're paying
It's only a fucking code anyway.
Yeah, you're paying an NI stamp and you're paying it for God knows how long. And that NI stamp that you're paying pays for you to see a doctor when you need to see a fucking doctor.
That's right.
And then my prescription, I just phone up from and it gets delivered. They've not brought the prescription, and that's for my diabetic.
You need to get onto them, darling, all right? Get onto 111 and get them to come and see you with your bad leg and stuff, and they can put a complaint in then to the GP practice. If you are not able to leave the house to go to a doctor's appointment, here's another thing people need to be aware of. You can insist they come to your house, okay? You are part of their practice, and they have a duty of care under law. And I can't leave the house without support. And I've called nurses. We can't come up and take your bloods. Well, you're gonna, because I can't get out. I've got no transport. So screw you. I'll see you in 10 minutes. And they turn up. So yeah, get them to the house.
Aye, and about my prescription, I don't know what they're playing at. They've done that to me before.
Don't struggle in silence, Gabby. Get help and go through the 111 ambulance service, and they'll send someone to you to check you out. And if they think you're being neglected by your GP, they will make contact with the GMC, but you can do it as well. Write a letter, all right?
Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
It's not being funny, right? But if you've got a lump in your leg, it could be a fucking blood clot for all they know.
Yeah.
And if that moves, you're fucked.
Yeah. I've had it for 3 years.
It could also be a diabetic ulcer starting.
Yeah.
I'm a diabetic, so
yeah, there you go. So it's important they catch those early. This is why you must ring 111 tomorrow. Tell them what's going on, and they'll come and see you at your house. All right.
Right.
Jack, do this, Jack. Go like that.
What's he trying to do that for?
Like Kermit the Frog.
Oh, I know he's a real person.
Make like you got your knob caught in a
Poor
mangle.
Jack. Hi, Jack. How you doing?
Hi, Jack.
Doing all right, thanks.
Right, young man.
It's been a few weeks, isn't it?
Yeah, I've seen you for ages, man. Where you been?
No, he's been hiding like me.
No, I've just not been. I've just not been getting good sleep and whatnot. I've been staying up far too late. Sometimes I'm going to bed at like 2-3 o'clock in the morning.
Then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've just. It's been far too hot as well.
Self-inflicted, like any good gamer.
No, yes. I'm not. To be honest, it's more coding and programming more than anything, more than gaming, and it's just been getting on top of me and whatnot, and I've just not been getting good sleep. I mean, even at night, considering how muggy it is at night, I've just not been getting sleep very well.
Right.
No.
I had to put the fan on last night. I got into bed. I couldn't sleep. I felt hot, and so I had to put the fan on and sleep outside the covers. But I've got feather duvet and feather pillows. I've had the feather pillows for about a year now, and they're great. But last night they were just so uncomfortable. Last night I could not sleep with them. I had to throw them off the bed and use a shitty foam pillow thing that I've got. It's the only thing that I could feel comfortable on.
Yeah.
Well, I got a V-shaped one. I got a V-shaped pillow, Dan. But the other thing I did buy, which was great, it's a beanbag pillow.
Right.
It literally molds to every time you move, it changes its shape.
Yeah.
So, and you get used to the noise of it moving, but I tell you what, it's a bloody good night's sleep. And now they do giant, the dog beds, the round ones and the rectangular ones they get for dog beds. They've now made the same for humans. So you can just jump on a giant dog bed. But yeah.
Sorry, I just want to say, I didn't say this earlier. Thank you, Brian, for earlier. My apologies. It was rude of me. I did see it. I was in mid conversation.
Oh, well done. Thank you. Really nice, Brian. Well done, Brian.
Nice one, Brian.
You don't think I'm being an arsehole.
We did see it and thank him on your behalf because we knew you were in mid-flow. So.
Thank you.
The worst part about today is I've got to be up for like 5:30 in the morning. So, yeah, that's going to be fun. That's why I'm not going to be awake for much longer.
Middle of the night.
What are you going to be up so early for?
See how ridiculous.
Because my brother and my dad have got
my
brother and dad are going fishing
each day.
So why do you have to be up if they're going fishing?
Because someone has to watch Mum. I can't be. She can't watch herself.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if she didn't have the seizures, I mean, obviously it's not as common as it used to be. But if she didn't have them, she wasn't diagnosed with epilepsy, and she didn't have them, then we wouldn't be so worried.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course.
And we won't always be watching him all the time. But I mean, I say that I live in a prison, even though I can open the doors and open the windows and things like that.
Open prison. Open prison.
Yeah, yeah.
It's called the UK.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Well, the justice system's scuttered anyway.
Shit.
So
shit.
Yeah.
Say it. It's non-existent anymore.
Jack, you're doing a great job, my love. You're looking after your parents. I know it's hard, but good on
Well
you.
done.
Mate. It's not easy.
Well
It's
done.
not easy.
I will say though, if I'll tell you what, if the circumstances were different and people are relying solely on what they might get for caring for someone, they would not be able to live or afford to live at all.
No.
It's crazy, and you think to yourself, right? I mean, I'm doing like close to 50 to 60 hours a week.
Yep.
Yeah, and you're saving the health service money.
Yeah,
by
exactly.
being there, and yet they give you pittance for doing it.
It works out, I think, the money they give you as a carer, it works out to £2.50 per hour, and they want you to do 35 hours a week and more. That is well below minimum wage. So what a group that I'm with, we've been trying to bombard the government. Currently, there are 8 million people caring for friends and family, caring for people who can't afford to pay social services. And I had a statement I found, and it was written on by the NHS. Without the services of these 8 million carers that are looking after people, and a lot of them can't get carers allowance because they earn too much. They might have a part-time job because there is a limit. So we're trying to get a national carers service developed, not for people trained by social services, by individuals who are a family member or a friend.
Yeah.
Give them the basic training and pay these people a bloody minimum wage, £10.20 an hour. That's what we're trying to get. But we've been battling this now for 8 years. But we're still not giving up. I want to see a national carers service. If you have social services in, 30 minutes is all they do each session. That's to shower you, quick shower, make your breakfast, give her your pills, and they go away. If you have it once a day, 7 days a week, that's £600 a month. If you've got someone like a pensioner who's only got 1,200 coming in and they want to do it twice a day, that's all their money gone. How are they supposed to buy food, gas,
Well, to be honest, I'm glad that we don't get carers come in the house. I'm glad we don't, because we'd be paying a lot of money. And I mean, Mum's medication alone. If Mum didn't have epilepsy, right, it's not a benefit that she does, but the way we see it is because she has epilepsy, she is medically exempt, right? On her the prescription, she is medically exempt. If she didn't have epilepsy, although she's got MS, if she didn't have epilepsy, she would not be medically exempt. And every single piece of medication she has, she would be spending a lot of money. We actually worked this out. It's about over £100. No,
it's £7.50 an item now, isn't it? If I remember rightly,
£9.25.
£9.65.
Really? Jesus.
Per item.
I don't know if it's national, but over here it's £9.65.
Yeah, it went up to
Well,
£9.
that would cost me. If £9, that would cost me about £60 a month for mine.
Right, so I'm not being rude, Jack, but how old's your mum?
Bloody hell. I think 41 or 42. One of the two. I always get
Right.
mixed up.
So she would get
Young.
medical exemption anyway. So
She's young, Jack.
Yeah.
Man, young man.
So mum and dad are 10 years apart. Mum was born in 82. Dad was born in 72. And
I'm glad you didn't say he was born in 92.
No. Basically, if mum didn't have a medical exemption, she'd be spending well over £100. No, hold on. I think I worked out she had like over 20 or 30 different items of medication. So that's probably over £100 or £200 a month.
Yeah, it's over 250 for the month.
Yeah.
It would be, but I've looked in the chat and people are saying that Scotland get it free, Wales get it free. Let me put people right, shall we? You don't get it free.
No,
we
don't.
pay for it. England gives you the money.
Yeah, the
we
taxpayer.
pay for that. So
Yeah, you bloody jocks.
that is what
this month.
It does wind me up though when they say we get it for free. You don't. We're paying you. The English people pay you.
Can I have my medication for my diabetics, please?
It's the same it's the same as university. In Wales, university fees and Scotland are free, but they're not free because we're paying for it.
Yeah.
We are also paying for people's prescriptions in Wales and Scotland, which are free, but it's coming from England. You're not getting it for free. We're paying the taxpayers.
Speaking of medication, while I'm on that topic as well, so we had a bit of an issue recently where the doctors would always have pretty much most of her medication on repeat prescription, but she just needs to place the order for a medication. It in a certain period of time, like 3 to 5 working days or something like that. It will get sent over to the chemist next door because it's directly next door to the surgery, and then we'll do it. And then mum asked for it to get delivered because I can't always go out because my brother's usually at work and my dad's usually at work, which is fair enough. And when it arrived, mum didn't receive all the items. Now, mum was 100% certain because my brother always checks the medication to make sure that everything is there before we start taking anything out of the boxes and start doing them. Right? Now, we spoke with the chemist. They basically said that everything was there. Then we spoke with the doctors, and it was just a back and forth. And then the doctors saying they couldn't do anything about it because it's the chemist's job. Chemist saying, well, we've checked everything. It was there, this and that, blah, 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 blah. Basically, I remembered once she needed amitriptyline, 50 milligrams. And I think it was something to do with the nerves or something or other. I think that's what she said it was to do with. And they wouldn't give it to her. They wouldn't give her any more because they said that it was issued. Turns out what my brother does is he puts all of the boxes, or he kind of puts them all together. So, do you know all the same medication, like all the amitriptyline 10 milligrams, you'll put in one box. So we haven't got so many boxes in the cupboard because we just haven't got enough room, just to make it easier for us. What he did was he put the amitriptyline 50 milligram, some of the little packets where you just push the tablet and they come out. He's put some of them in the amitriptyline 10 milligram boxes, not realizing. So when he's took them to the chemist so they can help sort it out, they saw it and they've all sorted it. But it was one big kerfuffle. And but the doctors or the chemists, they are a pain in the arse a lot of the time because they'll say that it's ready to collect. And you go and collect it, and you still got to wait. So make your mind up: is it ready or is it not?
Well, the problem you've got.
Sorry.
Sorry,
Tina. I just want to say to Danielle, thank you. I received that PayPal, much appreciated.
Yeah. Sorry, Jack. The problem we have in this country is we provide the biggest amount of drugs, basically, for the whole of the UK. We have massive GlaxoSmithKline Beecham factories here. So we have drugs available. The problem is that a lot of these chemists, they're not actually part of the chain. They're an independent who's being allowed to use that name of Lloyd's or whatever. So when they run out of money because they're doing things wrong or they won't stock up enough, that's where it goes wrong. They're not getting the drugs in per prescription. What is being said by government is we're running out of drugs. We're not. We're selling the drugs that we make in this country abroad. And then we're having to buy European drugs for this country. That's where the problem is. Our drugs that we make here are being sold abroad. And we're getting Polish drugs here. I've had my prescription picked up and I gave it back. They had a thyroxine 50 milligram tablet. It gave me headaches instantly in the first couple of days of taking it. And I said, I'm not taking that crap. And I sent it to a friend of mine. I saved a packet up to the university, and there was not enough thyroxine in the tablet to affect my condition. So it was substandard, but we're selling the good stuff abroad and we're taking in crap. That's why we're short.
Yeah.
But it's down to the chemist.
Oh, yeah. Well, the thing is, right, the chemist, look, I wouldn't say that it's all the chemists all the time. The doctors can be a pain in the ass as well, but the doctors aren't as bad as what you think, as what I think anyway. The chemists, we have a lot more issues with the chemists we do with the doctors.
Yes, you will. Yeah.
Yeah. And the thing
they're
is,
not
the
there.
chemist
They're
is
not there. They're not there for care. They're there for profit. They need to sell the drugs for profit. So, for instance, the thyroxine I just mentioned, the Polish one is like £4 a packet, but they're still charging the NHS £9.65 to get it.
Would you like to mix it with some coffee, milk, and sugar?
That's what they do, Jack. They're giving us cheaper drugs, but still charging the government.
Yeah, it's all business, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's all money.
You just say to them one word. In fact, there's no words. That's what you do. That's what you say to them.
That's right, Jack. There are no words for it, but it's all about profit. It's all done. It is profit.
My favourite word. You just call him a cunt.
I'm thinking about getting the word spin tattooed on that finger.
Well, if I
I don't
just do that,
have to say anything.
should I just do that? Just twist, yeah. Just do that.
Yeah. It is crazy, but that's what it's come down to. Like a lot of our food, I don't know whether you remember during COVID, a lot of our food was off the shelves. But if you look at the amount of food we produce here, why didn't we have any? We grow the bloody stuff here. Why? Because we're sending it to Europe.
Oh, don't
And we
get
have
us
to wait for
started
their
with the
crap.
food. The prices are becoming extortionate now.
Yeah.
For a lot of things. Like, I was talking to my I was at my aunt.
Yeah, they
auntie and
put
uncle's house
Pornhub
yesterday.
subscription up again, haven't they, apparently?
What you been watching then? What you been watching?
Wouldn't know.
Anyway, let's get off the subject of that. It's PG. We don't want it. And then again, it's
Right.
after the
So,
watershed.
have any of you where you live got these new calming areas where they want everybody to walk with the bollards put up and the flower beds yet?
No.
Right.
No.
Well,
Not
they put
that
them in
I've
my
seen.
they put them in my area about 3 weeks ago. They were there 24 hours when I went up to walk up the went up the road in a car. Just had a look. The post had already been angle grinded down, and they cut the AMPR camera.
Yeah,
so the council had to
So
fix
they're not.
it.
Oh, what a shame.
So they're actually not calming areas. They're traffic control devices.
They blocked
but they're
off several
calling them-
streets.
calling them- so they're calling them calming areas, or whatever they're calling them, as a way to get people not to realise they're being penned in.
Well,
Basically,
basically, the local council and the general council, DCC, turned around and said, we're going to put it together to make people walk more, go out and get fresh air. The problem is, it's near to a school. So all these posts went up, and all of a sudden they were angle grinded off and they disappeared. So, there's their fighting battle. The problem is, taxis now in our city, we can't get in a taxi. Where it would cost me about £5 to go down to the local doctors, it's now £12 each way, because they now have to go 3 miles around to get to my house.
In their electric
We start
taxi.
going down to 20 miles an hour the next month.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of places that are getting that. Again, this is a way.
Ridiculous. How are you supposed to travel to places quick?
This is a way of them making people think, "Oh fuck it, it's easier to walk." You know,
I go to
it's
hospital like
quicker,
every other week.
quicker and cheaper to walk. That's what they want people to think. Can't get through
You know
that way. Got around the long way. And if I don't, I have to pay fine for it. So I might as well fucking walk. That's
It's
what
a
they want.
good example, right? I have a family member that whenever she goes to see her mom and dad, right? Now she lives literally around the corner. It's literally like a 2-3 minute walk. Yeah. Instead of her walking down to her mom and dad's, she will literally get in her car, and she will literally get in her car, turn right, and she'll be on her mom and dad's road. Right. That's it. It's just a 2-3 minute walk. So she does that every time she goes down her mom and dad's. She'll do that all the time. And she'll be doing that, and she's been doing that since she started driving in 2013, right?
Yeah.
She used
I know
before when we
some
was younger.
people, Jack, do use cars for little journeys, but
I know
what's
but it's
happened
like,
now is the roads that are blocked off now. You can't get deliveries up there, so the pensioners
Yeah.
are missing out, and the disabled people that live there. And the
Yeah.
dustbin men was the best one. They expected the dustbin men to go down one of the roads, but it can't turn to go back onto the main road. So they suggested they put the dustbin at the top and then collect the bins from 300 houses, run it up and down the hill. Well, you can imagine what the dustbin men told them. No chance.
Yeah,
No chance.
I used
We're
to
not
do,
doing
I
that.
used to do that job. I used to do that job. You know what I used to do? I used to go out in my car. I wasn't sure to do it because I was using my car to for work purposes. But I'd drive out from the depot, and I'd go to the start of our patch sort of half an hour before everyone else, and I'd go and I'd just collect all the bin bags from one road, or if it was a small road, and put them in a pile near the top. Or if it was a long road, every sort of 100 meters or so, there'd be a pile of bags. This is before the bins obviously start with wheelie bins. So I used to do, which I didn't mind doing, but to go to a road and do it whilst you're in the process of driving around is ridiculous. You're going to end up blocking roads. You're going to end up, pissing a lot of people off. So this is why I used to leave earlier than everybody else and go and do it. Do you know what I mean?
Well, these bin men can only come off the main road to go down one of the roads, but there's no way for them to reverse to go back out onto a main road.
Yeah.
Because it's blocked off the other side.
Which is understandable.
Well, I feel like a frog that's in cold water being slowly boiled. Right, that's what I feel like. That's what's happening.
Yeah. Well, we all are at the moment. Absolutely great metaphor. Yeah.
And another MP came up with a great idea for those of us that are over 50. We've now got to get on our bikes, hire an electric one, and work for Deliveroo.
What?
Oh, fuck that.
Yeah. And I'm not joking. I'm not
That's
joking.
ridiculous.
I've put a complaint in about the guy. He's suggesting that, but I sent him a little letter, shall we say, politely put, "Dear sir, thank you very much for your concerns about those over 50 and the disabled and pensioners who are generally unwell. A lot of them can't walk without a Zimmer frame. But you want them to get on a bike and work for Deliveroo and go racing around the city. Okay. How about you go after the 300,000 young people aged 16 to 24 who are NEETs, not in work or education training, who are on job seekers who refuse to get a job. You sort them out first before you go after the pensioners who've earned their right to retire and those who are disabled and can't work. Go after the NEETs first."
Oh, yeah, Tina. I've
Haven't had a reply yet.
Yeah.
Go on, Kaylee.
Right, me and Mike have been struggling with our garden for about a year. And we've been getting in touch with the council now for over a year, and they still won't come out and do it.
Have they got a garden service?
Yes.
Are you disabled?
Yes, me and Mike are both disabled.
Dan, can you send my email to her, Outlook?
I can do, yes, indeed.
Drop me a line and email. I'll draft a letter for you of what the legislation is. Tell me which council you're at. I'll find the policy and I'll send it to the director, the manager, or the chief exec. I don't care which one picked it up. I usually go to the top and work my way down. So I'll send them a letter to you. It'll have your name and address on. These are my rights. We can't do the garden. It's antisocial behaviour if the garden's not kept in a clean and tidy situation. So they'll be coming after you for not doing it. So remind them of your rights as a disabled person to have garden services made available and see what happens, shall we?
Yeah.
You say the Outlook email?
Yeah. iantcweb@outlook.com.
Yeah, I've got it. I'm just going into.
Let me know what council you're in, all right? What area? I don't want your address, just the area and what council I got to go to.
Okay.
And I'll send you a letter.
I've sent the email address to Bearded Vets, or to Mikey's Discord private messages.
Oh, I got something for Mike as well. I've got to make sure see if he wants it first.
Do you want me to ask him?
Right. In my loft, got to get someone up there because I can't climb up that ladder. I'm like, nope, my right leg's not going to move. So I'm going to get someone. My father-in-law was a Royal Marine, and up in my loft, I've got a World War II truck that was made out of bedwood, but it's got an American air pilot's jacket as the cover. It's got a name on it, and it was from one of the internment camps here when they picked up soldiers that were wounded over the city. So it's a World War II truck, like an American style truck. I didn't know whether he'd like it for his collection.
Yeah, he said yeah.
If
I'll
the
get someone to get
jacket's
it
got
down
a
and take.
number or emblems on it, you could probably actually trace the history back of the owner, the company, the squadron,
There is
whatever.
writing on it. I have seen. I've tried to look it up, but I've not got any. It's a bit of a scribble, but it is an American air pilot's jacket. The leather that the cover is made. It looks like an American style army truck. So I'm assuming it was one of the injured that made it, but it's been well made, I tell you. So I thought you might like it for his war collection.
Yeah.
Is that all right?
Thank you.
It's I don't want it, so somebody's got to make use of it. So
It's an interesting topic to talk about because, I mean, you don't really hear you don't really hear as much about Ukraine, the whole Ukraine stuff. Well, you probably do, but just not as much as you used to. Same with
Because
COVID.
nobody's interested anymore.
I was just going to say,
everyone's going, oh my god, and now everyone's just going off.
There's more Russians being killed in Russia than there is in the fucking Ukraine at the moment.
Ukraine. We're not talking about Ukraine because Russia are probably winning. That's why.
The reason why I mention it is because, like, you notice as well how a lot of the prices and stuff used to go up. The fuel went up. The fuel prices went up, and they used the whole Ukraine situation to excuse what they did. You know, lots of different companies were soaring in profits.
That's why the Pornhub subscription's gone up, because a lot of them on there were Ukraine.
Oh, shut up.
the biggest destruction that was recently done in the Ukraine was the wheat fields, because they supply the world with 90% of wheat production to make bread. So
fertilizers as well.
That's their biggest struggle. Yeah.
I think the Arab Spring kicked off because there was something about the price of wheat going up worldwide.
Yeah,
and
they did.
North Africa get a lot of their wheat from Ukraine, and that's what kicked off.
Right.
People are only 2 or 3 missed meals away from kicking off.
Yeah, I didn't know they did that, to be honest. But you remember did anybody remember seeing the news when the dam was blown up?
Yeah,
the Russians blew up the dam. Well, that took out 70% of the wheat fields, and half of those were Russians that had their own land, and it was the Ukrainians that rescued the Russians because the Russians wouldn't go get them when the dam burst. So, but they produced 90% of the world's wheat.
There is a YouTuber called Coach Red Pill. I think he goes by the name of Gonzalo Lira, and he was doing daily reports from Ukraine. I don't know what city he was in, but he'd been arrested twice. Now they arrested him and let him go, but they didn't take his passport off him. They were going to prosecute him. The last I heard, he was trying to get to the border. This was about a month ago, and nobody's heard from him ever since. He used to live stream with Alexander and Alex of the Duran. He's also been regular on George Galloway's streams. And not only that, some people in Sargon's chat have been talking about it. So once again, it's not this left-right dichotomy. You know, it's not the left up to the usual shenanigans. It's tiptoeing to totalitarianism. Gonzalo Lira, check him out.
Okay, we'll do. But that was a bit of a shock. I didn't know that they had so much produce with the wheat for the rest of the world, but it did make a huge impact when they blew that dam up.
Yeah, well, Nord Stream, the dam. You don't know who's done it.
You know, just the price of oils as well. Do you know, like vegetable oil, rapeseed oil, sunflower oil, all those different oils? I noticed when the whole Ukraine situation was going on, they put the prices up. They were like for these big 5-litre tubs, they were like a good £10-11. Now, I mean, Iceland, they're charging like $8.50 for 5 litres, and I can get one cheaper for like £7. I mean, yeah, it's not that much.
Of what?
A 5 litre tub, a 5 litre bottle, 5 litre bottle of vegetable oil, $8.50 from Iceland.
Oh, listen, you can use vegetable oil in your car. Just use car oil in your fucking deep fat fryer.
Oh yeah, sure. What, kill yourself?
Otherwise, it gets a bit messy.
There is a false narrative there at the moment, though, Jack. If you look at the prices and the way they've gone up, who owns all of the major warehouse markets in food? Who's the one store that owns all of it?
I haven't got a scuba.
Tesco's. They bought Best Buys, Macro, and what's the other one? There's three of them. They were given permission.
Aren't they?
They were given permission to buy all of the major wholesale buyers. Okay, that was about 8 or 9 years ago. Since then, all prices have started to gradually go up. It was a couple of pence here, a couple of pence there. A jar of Nescafe made in this country, 300 grams, is now gone up to £8, and we make it here.
Yeah.
In this country.
Do you know what I say to that? 2 words.
Yeah.
Any guesses? Any guesses?
I go on to Amazon and I buy my Nescafe on there, 300 grams, and I get you can buy it in a tin, a big tin. So it works out per kilo about £4 buying it in bulk. Okay, so I buy that, and I like Coffee Mate. I don't like milk very much because of my stomach. So I buy 2.5 kilos of Coffee Mate off of their Amazon again, and they bring it in from the Europeans, and that's £4 a kilo. And if I wanted to buy it in the English shops, it's double the price.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have the same trouble with my cocaine and heroin.
Oh. two words. Robbing cunts.
They are, and it was Tesco's that did it. Tesco's pushed the price up because they own all the wholesalers.
Have you just turned 18 or something, Jack?
No.
No, I just wondered why you're saying the word cunt a lot this evening, like all of a sudden you're like
probably because I've had a lot of sugar. That's probably why.
Oh,
yeah, he's hyper. Yeah.
You're looking well today, anyway, Dan.
You just learned the meaning of it, Jack.
yeah.
Sorry, mate.
Hey, it's all right. Get all that energy out because I won't be on here much longer anyway because I'll be going to bed.
Yeah, I've only got around an hour or thereabouts. You might before that.
Have you actually been setting yourself time limits now?
No, but if I get tired, then I'll generally come off. But when I've had a drink, I can go through that tiredness a bit more.
But you've not been having drinks, have you?
Well, the thing is, you don't think about that wall when you're drinking.
No, so I can push through it. But now I'm just on coffee, although it's decaf, sparkling water and juice. And,
coffee, go juice.
And,
that's a good question. When they talk about sparkling water, is it actually sparkling, or is it just a gimmick to make it?
It's got glitter in it. When you shine a light on it.
Yeah.
It's carbonated. It's fizzy.
Bastards.
Like Rio.
Fuck you now. You're coming out with a lot of foul language. I'm going to make a Jack a Jack in the Box.
Jack's coming of age party.
Oh dear.
Sorry, Jack. I do think
maybe I need to bring this Jack a lot.
If you do need to buy products and you got storage, buy it in bulk and go other places other than the supermarket. You've now got Iceland warehouse. Theirs is done in bulk. Now they're buying it from the EU, so theirs is a lot cheaper as well. So I always buy in bulk.
Is it Iceland 10% off for all over 60?
Well, not for long, Roger. They're shutting all their shops. They're going to Iceland warehouse online.
Yeah,
be another delivery service.
Blair, do us a favour, mate. Just do us a favour and just put your hands on your face like that.
Yeah, Wilco's have gone bankrupt. The next one that's going down is B&M, the multinational store. But B&M are shutting down as well. So
wait, Iceland's going online
around here.
Yeah, Iceland will be closing their stores. They've started in Wales already. But what they've started to build are these new big Iceland warehouse stores where you buy things in bulk, Jack. So they will be going online with the warehouse stuff, but the shops will shut.
Doing that in the small Icelands.
Won't that negatively affect them in the long run, though?
I don't think so, because the bulk stuff that you can buy is much cheaper than buying smaller amounts. I know it doesn't make sense to a lot of people, but it does make sense. I'm what they call a prepper. In my house, I've got my pantry upstairs, which is my supply for no pantry, not pants. So get that dirty head there sorted out, Jack. So basically, I buy supplies with a long lifespan on them, and I keep them upstairs. Toilet rolls, coffee mate, coffees, baked beans, all that kind of stuff. So when I do go buying, when I do go buying, so I've got at least, when COVID hit, everyone said, "Are you going to be able to cope?" I said, "Look, I've got a year's worth of shopping upstairs. I ain't got to worry about nothing, mate." So yeah, no. But I've always done that because I had a big house before this one, and a lot of people used to come and go, and I'd be feeding the 5,000 most of the time. So I always prepared with a lot of food, and I still keep that habit going now. So I always buy things like it's going to last at least 6 months. I do big bulk orders.
Are you the type of person to freeze milk?
Huh?
Are you the type of person to freeze milk?
I do. I freeze milk. I freeze butter. I freeze cheese. That anything can be frozen. And do you know what? I'll give you a little tip there, Jack. If you freeze milk,
squeeze cheese then.
No, if you freeze milk, okay, when you buy a bottle of milk and stick it in the fridge, what's lifespans on it? About what, 2 or 3 days? Yeah, before it goes off. If you freeze milk and then let it defrost naturally in the kitchen, put it in your fridge, it will last up to 3 weeks. It changes it. Somehow it changes it. I freeze everything.
Does the taste change?
No, not at all.
Max temperature.
Just because we're talking about food, I came across. I thought I was watching something on YouTube the other night. Right?
Oh, be careful!
It was about it was about cooking baby octopuses. Right? And I thought to myself, "Fuck me, that looks lovely. I could really do."
Think about the advantages of that. Think about the advantages. Everybody around the table gets a leg.
Well, I was thinking, we're talking baby octopuses, we're only talking about little ones, and I thought to myself, fuck me, I could do some of that right now.
No,
so
I couldn't eat
I went
anything
online
like
looking for somewhere that does sells octopuses, and I found somewhere, right? So what I'm ordering is I'm getting a full American lobster. I'm getting 700 grams of wild squid tubes. I'm getting a whole wild octopus raw, and a whole 450 gram crab.
What are you doing? You starting a meal or a fucking aquarium?
It's all dead.
I can't even eat that stuff. No.
Make sure you double tap it as well. Make sure you shoot it in the head twice to make sure it's dead.
Just think, cuddling an octopus, it'll feel like there's 4 women cuddling you, wouldn't it?
Roger, do you remember our parents? Do you remember our parents? Because we're the same age. Our parents' fridge. Can you just describe your mum's first fridge?
My mum's first fridge. It was a metal box that stood in a corner. It wasn't connected to anything.
No, that's right. In my mum's first house, it was a concrete larder that had 2 mesh vents on it, and it would stay stone cold, and you could put food in there, and it would never go off. It was really weird. So
nearest thing we had to a freezer was putting stuff downstairs in the cellar.
Yeah, but that was the larder in my house. It was cold as ice. They used to freeze the bloody milk.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question about refrigerators. Is your refrigerator running? Well, you better go and catch it.
Oh, God. Jack.
You try to find out if the light goes out when you shut the door.
He's got too much sugar. So, yeah.
I've got one more bottle left. So I'll give it 45. I'll give it like 30 minutes, 45 minutes. Something like that. Got one more left.
When he was a child.
Oh my God!
You used to have to dig a hole in the garden,
and
or
it's
tie
sour,
some
by the
rope
way.
around it and throw it in the lake. Oh, it's that green monkey in it.
No, that's your face on there. I'll just Photoshop it on there.
Oh, I'm talking about Mikey at the top there. That's a green monkey.
Wait, is that the grand wizards on there?
He is.
It's cute.
But he's not well. He's not well at the moment.
No, I'm talking about the monkey.
So it's like, just wish him well. Just say, Mikey, I hope you feel better soon.
Yeah,
Mikey and Mikey the monkey. I hope you feel better soon.
Mikey and Mikey Jr.
The big hairy scary thing, as he called himself the other day on Facebook.
Hello, Angela.
Beware the stare of Mikey Jr.
So, Pandora, you've just said about storing eggs. You know what? I boiled some eggs a few days ago, and I thought I'll have them with my dinner, but I didn't have it with my dinner yesterday or the day before.
So, what kind of eggs do you store in?
So today, I thought to myself, I'm not eating them. I've got 4 boiled eggs in the fridge, so I went and got them, peeled them, put them on a plate, little bit of mayonnaise on it. Went and sat down, took a bite out of it, and I was like, "Fuck that! I'm not putting the rest of that." And they didn't smell or nothing. I did smell them, and they didn't smell or anything.
Right, so storing eggs is a very simple thing. When farmers make all these eggs from their millions of chickens, they stick them in a barn and they're put under cloths. They're not allowed any daylight or sunlight. The government will pick them up from that farm up to 6 months later. Then they're put in the shops with a 2-week date on it, 2 to 3 week date on it. They've already been 6 months in the barn. So I bought a product from Amazon, which is an egg tray. You get 36 eggs in. No, 36 eggs in mine. Okay. So what I did is I moved the food across. It's in a cupboard, so it's in darkness. Now, I've had eggs that can last up to 6 to 7 weeks and not gone off. What destroys eggs is, one, don't put them in the fucking fridge. They're not supposed to be put in the fridge. And don't leave them outside with the sunlight. You have to keep them in the dark.
Well, these were boiled. That's the thing. I boiled them and I just forgot about them. And then today I thought, I fancy those.
That would be nasty. Yeah, no.
And they were fucking rancid.
Yeah, they will. They go off quite quick.
We grew up. I grew up in a bungalow that my dad converted into a house with the next door neighbour, and we had a reasonable sized garden, and we had chickens and ducks. We had 30 odd chickens, a couple of cockerels, two ducks. I won't go into everything else that we had. Those are the main things I want to talk about. And we used to have fresh eggs all the time, fresh eggs, and they were fucking beautiful. And duck's eggs, absolutely beautiful they were. And you do tell the difference when you pick up some fresh eggs. If you cook that, like however you cook it, and you do an egg from the shop, you will notice the difference.
Yeah,
can actually taste the difference.
Not really the fan of eggs, to be honest.
I do like scrambled eggs. Well, eggs are good for cooking, so they're brilliant. I like scrambled eggs. I eat boiled eggs.
I don't think you can eat them raw, can you? Can you eat them raw?
Well, you can. Yeah, people do. Fitness people do. They swallow them whole.
Yeah, you can get things like salmonella and shit.
What do you think goes into egg mayonnaise, Jack?
Raw eggs.
Yeah, mayonnaise is made with raw eggs. Raw egg.
But it's a good job I don't like mayonnaise.
You're right, Brian.
It
is rubbery, but it's fucking lovely. I love it.
Yeah.
The Grand Wizard has returned.
Hello, Mike. You are looking a little
shall not pass.
a bit worse for wear there, my friend. What's up with you?
I feel it, mate.
What's up?
I just don't feel myself at the minute.
Well, it's nothing. We're feeding somebody else, but go on, carry on.
Whose pockets you got your hand in?
Just a bit down, mate.
Hope you feel better soon.
Yeah, get well soon, Mike.
Well, you know, you can reach out to Roger or myself if you need to. You know that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
What Tina said about if you've got the storage capacity, buy in bulk and store. Have you seen my cam? Can you see what's on the floor?
Oh, yeah. Get in, loafer.
Yeah, I can see some tins, yeah.
And up there?
Do you know what you should do? You should peel all the labels off, and then when the apocalypse happens, it's fucking pot luck. It's a roulette, isn't it?
I have to go to Aldi because my wife's always on a bloody diet, and so I have to eat whatever she's bloody eating. So I've got my fridge here with me bacon and eggs and stuff in. Yes,
he's hiding it away. Look.
I've got my fridge there. I've got a camping gas.
He just said his eggs were in the fridge. Then he just said his bacon in the fridge.
Oh, I know. Sorry, Tina. But
yeah, you shouldn't keep them in the fridge.
I thought, well, I'll go and get my own scran, like, you know, stuff that I like eating, so I'm not eating all this bloody couscous and bloody salads that she's always feeding me.
Yeah.
Tin of Bramwell soup at Aldi's was 30p 2 years ago. It's now 67p. So I don't know how much food I've bought or how much I've gone through, and I routinely restock it. But I reckon I've saved a few £100 at least, possibly a grand. I'm buying all that. I've got tinned fish, tinned soup, tinned meats, tinned rice pudding, tinned peaches, tinned peas, tinned tomatoes, tinned baked beans, tinned everything. All stuff I like, everything. Beef ravioli, the lot.
If you've got room, I recommend you do it, guys.
It's a bit late now because that ship has sailed. Like I said, it was 30p a tin for tomato soup.
You can always get bargains, though.
But it's still going up, and it will continue going up. This ain't gonna be a fucking. This ain't gonna go down anytime soon. If it does, it will drop.
It's like a Freddo, which is like a Freddo. What, 60p now?
I don't know.
Chocolate then, Jack.
That is a kick in the bollocks, isn't it? That is a kick in the bollocks that Freddos are so expensive. It's like fudge bars as well, like finger of fudge.
Finger of fudge. Yeah.
Conjure up all sorts of things.
A finger of fudge. Hold on,
But who can remember the days of going to the supermarket and there were no labels on tins, and you were allowed to buy the dented tins as well, and you took a
those ones.
Remember that? Yeah. The dented ones.
You can still get them at the free food giveaways.
Well, you can, but I think the government stopped it 15 odd years ago because said it was too dangerous because it could be rusty inside. Or they came up with all this health and safety
so they give it to the food banks instead.
Yep, they don't care.
Yeah,
but most councils don't support it now.
The EU brought all these rules in about wonky vegetables and fruit.
Yeah,
they opened up a whole new market.
Do you remember the one they tried? You remember the one they tried about 20 years ago, Roger? They wanted people to grow straight bananas because people were fed up they were bent. They wanted to put the bananas as they were growing into a straight tube.
No good to me. It just don't reach the spot.
That's discrimination. That is. That's discrimination. That is. It's like sending a gay man to straight camp.
And they wanted straight bananas. And I think one thing they did about Christmas, they tried to ban English Christmas trees because they weren't the right shape and the right size. So we had to buy European Christmas trees. And it's like, really? Just don't buy one. So, God.
Now we can see your messages, Princess Angela.
It's crazy.
I think YouTube are messing about. There's been quite a few people in there that are saying they can see people replying, but they can't see the messages. So I think YouTube is still messing about.
Okay.
No, that one was Stuart B asking about Sean because Stuart B said something Sean didn't agree with, and she blocked him. So she wouldn't, there wouldn't be a to and fro between them. But I believe
if you go to a lot of the shops these days, though, they do sales on their products. You just got to make sure that it's got a more than 6 months date on it.
Done.
And then start prepping. Get some stock in. I mean, I've got a unit I had built in here out of wood, and it's just filled up with stock.
Speak amongst yourselves in a second, guys.
That is done now.
Oh, well done. It's when I get my daughter ringing me and giving me a shopping list of what she won't get herself. It's like, cheeky bitch. So, you want me to pay for it, Mum? Of course, you cheeky soul. You live on your own. I'm not paying for it.
Giving you something to pay for the fact that you get pregnant. That's not what you get celebrated.
Yeah, everyone got concerned during COVID because the shelves were empty, and I'm like, I'm sat home going, I've got it all here, right? I don't give a shit. So I think I've got half the store in my house. So yeah. Do you need any food? Nope. But I do a lot of batch cooking as well. So I made some Saturday. I did some shepherd's pies, cottage pies, a lasagna, and some chicken and bacon pasta. So
right,
that's all in my freezer.
I've had an influx of sugar, and I think it's my time to head off.
Oh dear, Jack, you're going to be able to sleep? All that sugar?
It's but I tell you what, honestly, the past week I haven't been getting lots of sleep, and also I've got to be up in like what?
Well, it's 23:24,
6,
and you've been
7 hours.
You've been stuffing your face with sugar for the last couple of hours, and you wonder why you can't sleep.
Yeah, well,
It's not a
fine.
good idea when.
Yeah, well, hey, anything's possible with me. Hey,
okay.
Sometimes I've had 2-3 hours sleep, and I've managed to go through an entire day, like 16 hours, like 12-13 hours of an entire day, looking after mum.
But it does catch up with you over time. That's what you got to remember.
It does catch up. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
It does. Yeah.
But I only run on about 3 hours sleep a night.
They don't really understand. They don't understand though. That's the thing. They don't get it.
Done for years.
It's down to your how you lived your life. I mean, I only need about 4 hours sleep because I had a hyperactive daughter. She had epilepsy from when she was about 18 months.
Yeah.
So I just sit up and watch her to make sure she was okay. So I got used to having about 4 hours. If I go to 6 hours, I start getting a headache. So I've got to get up. So my body's used to it.
12 hours
I mean,
definitely.
But I've got my drink ready, even though it's Fanta Fruit Twist and not like water or juice or whatever. So that doesn't necessarily help. But I won't be drinking any more of that tonight. And I'll be watching a YouTube video and then heading off to bed. So,
all right, well, take it easy, Jack. All right.
Yeah. Take care.
D glass. Yes, things are bad in the UK.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, take care all.
All right, Jack. Nice to see you. Look after yourself.
Take it easy,
I'll
mate.
be around when I'm around.
All right, mate. You're going to be bouncing off them walls. Wear padding.
Okay. in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Good night, Jack. Take it easy, mate.
See you, Jack.
Oh yeah, the windows are open. It's the only window open that I can open. Anyway, take care all. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bless him. It's nice to see him. Been a while.
Yeah, haven't been up for a couple of weeks, has it?
No.
Still there?
No, he's not.
Bye, Jack.
I just want to say, Dan, I agree with you. Right, the next thing on the list for the powers that shouldn't be is the aliens, isn't it? It's definitely that.
I mean, they're doing it now, aren't they? They're working on it. Yes, that's the problem. That's what we're talking about, though, Lothar. This is the thing. They're talking about it in the Senate, right, to get people more used to it being spoken about. We already know that they've got technology, okay, that they've got these direct energy weapons and things like that. They've got the technology to be able to fake, things in the sky and shit like that, right? And this is going to be another, oh my God, martial law. Everyone's locked down. You wouldn't do it under COVID. You wouldn't do it for a virus. So we're going to fucking lock you down for an alien invasion. I know it sounds really stupid and far-fetched, but over the last few years, people have been talking about it for a long time. It's become more and more commonplace to talk about. Now they're talking about it in the Senate. Why are they talking about it in the Senate now? Why are they talking? Why have we got people of high ranking and distinguished careers now coming forward and saying,
"Yeah, why not?"
It's a distraction.
Because they're going to try something, probably a big show, like they're going to have aliens come down to the White House and say, we're taking over, and you're going to have the president bowing down going, okay, we will surrender to you. And this is
won't go no. It won't go that.
No, it won't be a surrender because they want a war. That's what they want to do. They want to have a perpetual war going on the whole time. That's what they want.
The reason it's coming out now is because there is another batch of paperwork that is due to be disclosed, and it goes further and deeper than anything they've disclosed before, and they're debating whether to release it or not.
Is that America, Roger?
Yes.
Have you heard what that Stephen Greer is saying?
What's happening in Antarctica, or what they've been doing in Antarctica for the past 70 years, and what they've been lying to us about?
Yeah, but have you heard what that Stephen Greer saying? You know who Stephen Greer is, yeah?
Yeah. He's the one that got tasked with investigating where money has gone.
No. He's the guy that advises presidents and people like that on what the situation with aliens. He's been doing it for years. He runs the Disclosure Project, doesn't he? That's the guy I'm talking about.
He was one of the original Majestic 12.
He was Stephen Greer's. Sorry, Doctor Stephen Greer's.
The doctor.
He's done the what's it called? Unacknowledged.
Yes.
The documentary Unacknowledged. Yes. Sorry. I'm thinking of the other guy who begins with a G, the one that was at the Senate, the one in the middle, the one that got tasked with looking into where money has gone, and he's interviewed.
That's Grush, David Grush, is it?
Sorry, I've got confused with the names.
Yeah. Well, Greer's saying, right, basically, he's passed all the information about where these technologies are stored, who's involved, who runs it, everything. It's all been passed to the right people, right? And they've set a timeline of 6 months. So these people have to hand over all that technology and all the data, whatever they've got, over to the government, you see. Right. So I see in 6 months things are going to kick off, because if you've got this technology, are you going to just give it up? I don't think so. They're going to just walk in there and just take it. You know what I mean? What are you going to do?
The thing is, you've got to remember that the Prime Minister or the President or the whatever you want to call them, they do not run the country. They are just the face of the country. Okay, they are told what to do. They don't have full, because they're only in power for a short time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Or they're not going to disclose everything to these people, because they're temporary, they're part-time temporary employees. And therefore, you've got people who are at the top of the military who've been there for decades. These are the people, for example, that run the country, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That is bad news. When you've got warmongers and people that are used to fighting, running the fucking country, what do you think is going to constantly end up happening?
Basically, yeah. Perpetual war, isn't it? That's what it is. Yeah. Constant war all the time.
If you're a hammer, everything's a nail, isn't it? And that's what, if you're not been in the military all your life, your aim or your whatever you want to call it is about going to war or fighting or whatever, then everything you see is going to be, you're gonna view that with the angle of going to war over it or fighting over it, and that's where we're at.
I mean, everything they do, they always want to weaponize it, don't they? Whatever they find, technology they find, is like, how can we turn it into a weapon? That's all they're interested in, is turning it into a weapon so they can fight more wars,
That's shown in history back generations. I mean, you've only got to look at poor Albert Einstein. He developed the atom for beer, and they turned it into a nuclear bomb.
Why do you think viruses like COVID to try and depopulate certain countries? They think that we're overpopulated as it is, and they want to minimize.
AIDS was probably used for the same thing.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Under the belief that we've actually been to space, we've been to Mars and the Moon and everywhere else, and there's actually satellites in space.
The WEF have had the depopulation agenda on their books for donkey's years.
What is the best way? What is the best way to distract the general public of this world? Create a situation, aliens are coming, all that kind of stuff. But what are they doing in the background? What are they doing behind the scenes? Taking away our rights, like these zones that.
It's always look at the left hand while the right hand's doing something else.
Exactly. The real reason you'll ignore it because you're all looking up at what they got or the evidence they might produce. This is what's real. This is what's real. But what are they doing under the table?
Well, they can't they can't fool everybody all the time. There's going to be some skeptics. They'll be probably told tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy nuts and everything. Have you seen that psychological experiment where they've got 6 lasses, 3 of them are dressed in one colour, the other 3 are dressed in another colour. There's 2 basketballs, and these 6 girls, they walk around in circles, passing the basketball, and you've got to see if you can see the thing that appears. Most people are counting how many times they pass the basketball, and yet they don't realise that a bloke in a gorilla suit walks
across in the background.
They don't notice it. It's like it's your susceptibility to being hypnotized. Within about 30 seconds of casual conversation, a stage hypnotist can probably say, "Oh, how did you get here tonight? Did you come with your wife? Oh, where you sat? Blah blah blah." Just ask you a few general questions, and they can discern by the way that you answer, by looking to your eyes, not around the eyes, around the eyes. 3, 2, 1, you're under. They can probably discern whether somebody is susceptible to being hypnotized. No, not everybody can be hypnotized. So there will be some people who are pointing out the blatant ridiculousness of this. Now, next thing about aliens is the universe is getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. It's accelerating, and every planet and every star is blowing away from the neighboring stars more often than not, faster and faster and faster and faster. So if the aliens are going to come and visit, they've got a longer journey to get to our lovely little blue-green planet with each passing second. So it's bullshit.
I don't think aliens come from outer space. I think they come from here. They're not from outer space. They come from here. They live here. You know, why are all aliens 2 arms and 2 legs and a head?
They come from France, don't they?
yeah. On thingies, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
If they've got the intelligence to cross millions of light years across space, why haven't they got the intelligence to take one look at this planet and keep fucking moving?
Oh, that's true, Roger. Yeah.
That's what spaceships. That's what these flying saucers must be. Dinghies with a
I'm praying to God.
Take me to your hotel.
But if you look at distraction and you look at one thing, the Mayor of London started this ULEZ scheme, this green scheme, not moving. Then it extended out to other cities where you can only go in your own area for 20 minutes driving in a petrol diesel car. You're not allowed to go outside that zone. You'll get £180 fine and 3 points on your license. But they're putting these stories up, like the aliens and other things, to distract from what's going on. More and more cities are now doing all these what they call calming zones. It's not saving the planet because they're just pushing the cars into mainstream traffic. Now the mayor has decided, even if you got an electric car and you want to go into London, you're going to pay £4,800 for the privilege to travel in London.
They said with electric cars, they said initially that there was going to be no tax on them. What happened? Start getting taxed on them.
And the electric, to charge the electric cars, is now 3 times more expensive.
Yeah.
In my area in Devon, they've had handed back nearly 45,000 electric cars, handed back to the dealers because they can't afford them.
Well, the manufacturers can't even.
Once they do away with the ULEZ and the calming measures and shit like that, that's when they'll slap in the pay per mile, because they can't afford not to tax the motorists.
Yeah.
Right. I'm going to ask a question.
Go on, Blair.
We are spinning, right, at what, 3 million miles an hour? And we're shooting through space at 2 million miles an hour? Why
Allegedly.
Star signs every night.
Say that again.
If we are spinning,
yeah,
an hour, and we're shooting through space at over 2 million miles an hour, and then through the galaxy at whatever million miles an hour, explain to me how we see the same stars every night.
The same reason why when you're in a vehicle travelling along a motorway and you see in the distance, you see trees right close to you go, boom, 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 and the trees in the back you can see for an hour for the trees at the back of over on the horizon, and they travel really slowly. But what people don't realise is the vastness of space, how big it actually is. We're talking millions and millions and millions of miles away. You know, even if we're traveling at millions of miles an hour, they are so far away that we're not going to see them change. And they have changed over time. You know, there's documents of people drawing pictures of the star constellations, and they have changed slightly over hundreds of years or thousands of years.
I can actually answer that question, Dan. Blair, if you've got a camera or your phone with stop-go filming, time-lapse, set it on at the night sky. The stars do not stay in the same place all the time. They're constantly moving. The only one that is relevantly stationary is the pole star.
The question I asked wasn't what that. Why do we see the same stars every night in the same positions, the same star signs? We're supposed to be spinning.
Because the Earth spins on an axis, it doesn't tumble, so the same sky is available
traveling at the
in
same
24 hours.
We wouldn't see that every night repeating itself. It wouldn't repeat itself.
You're not taking into consideration how far away these things are.
Yeah.
If honestly, right? If you're honestly, right? As a very stupid example, you've got something far away, you've got something close. As you move past it, okay, this one goes like that past your eyes, and that one looks like it's staying still. When you've got millions or billions of miles between you and the target,
and put a telescope out, they can see that boat when they brought it back into the perspective. It's all about perspective. I get that, right? But with the stars, we wouldn't see the same stars. We would be millions of miles away from those stars. It is impossible.
Because they have changed. They have changed over hundreds of years, if not thousands of years. The constellations have changed, so they do change as we're moving through space. It's just, again, it's because of the vastness between us and that. To us, it's imperceptible to see the differences.
Yeah. The reason we see the same set of stars in the same area of sky is because we're always looking away from the sun. We're always looking at the same area of space.
Yeah, because you can't look into the sun.
On an axis, it doesn't tumble. So it's relevant to the same piece of sky every 24 hours.
Through space at 2 million miles an hour.
Well, I won't be
over that distance. That's irrelevant. Speed is irrelevant.
It's imperceptible.
See, this is where the illusion comes in.
Oh, big word.
Gravity.
I've been studying.
Oh, well done, Dan.
Heavier than the Earth. You're going to fall.
Yeah, it's because the Earth is flat.
Oh, don't go down that one. There's so many of those
take into
out
account,
there.
right? The
Don't
thing
go
you have
down
to take
that
into account with space and all that, right? Everything we know about space comes from places like NASA, and who created NASA? Fucking Nazis. Nazis created NASA. Nazis created the CIA.
It was the Americans that created NASA, but hired Nazis to run it.
Well, Werner von Braun was a fucking Nazi from Germany, right? He was the guy that gave them the rockets to go to space.
That's what I mean. America created NASA, and they hired Vernon.
They hired him. Yeah.
Blair, when you're talking over people, we can't hear a word you're saying, mate.
Right, everybody, I'm going to say good night to you all. Thank you for the time tonight, and I'm glad I got the headphones on and it all got sorted out. So I'll remember to wear those next time, all right? So everybody take care. Look after yourselves. And that's my last word. I do not believe in aliens. I don't believe anything's coming. I think it's another government distraction because they're going to be doing something else to us pretty soon. All right?
I believe there is something. I believe there is other life forms out there, but I don't believe necessarily they're going to come here in.
What the hell would they want to come here for? They'd look at us and laugh.
The aliens have brought a virus with them.
Yeah,
the aliens have got to be far more advanced to be sticking things up people's asses.
I'm not going to go there. Good night, everybody. Take care.
Good night, Tina. Thanks very much for this. Thank you.
Bye,
Take
Tina.
care, everyone.
I'm going to give it about another 10, 15 minutes, guys, and I'm going to have to.
I was going to say it's 1:45 now, so.
If you want, there is plenty of footage from NASA themselves saying they've never left low Earth orbit. They want to send people to the moon and Mars, but they've never been able to penetrate through the Van Allen radiation belts. They did that with a man that was vaporized. They've never been able to do it.
Why would every government, even the ones that don't like each other, why would they all agree on this stuff then? Why hasn't Russia turned round and said, fuck you to America, you're lying, you haven't been there, then we can prove it because we haven't been there? Why haven't they said that?
Well, we're apparently at war with Russia, or a proxy war sort of thing, but they're still working together on the International Space Station, aren't they?
So why would they do that? This is my point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They were on about getting all the Russians off.
Well, you know, heard about the water leaking out of the spacesuit somehow. How was he getting water in the spacesuit in a vacuum of space? How did he end up drowning? Almost in his suit.
Right, I'm not gonna, Blair. I'm not going to get into the vacuum of space thing with you, because that's again, it's a gradient. It's not a hard line. There's a gradient.
Well, it's about the funding. Trust me, 54 million a year, and what's that for?
Yeah, but they've had it cut massively. They used to get billions, now they don't. So why would they? Why would they carry on the lie? I don't understand. Nobody can answer. Nobody can tell me in a way that I would go, yeah, actually, you're right. Why? Number one, every government of the world agrees that there is space travel. People have been to the moon and all that stuff. When most of them don't like each other
themselves. A NASA astronaut or whatever you could say was scientist explaining the things that they need to do before that they can travel to the moon and to Mars with.
Well, but again, you've not answered my question. Why would all the governments of the world, especially the ones that fucking hate each other, and they want to have war with each other, why would they not? Why are they all agreeing with this one thing?
Because on the face of it, they appear to be at war, but actually we're all working together.
Pretty much.
The countries aren't working together. The countries aren't working together. The wars are instigated not by the countries. The wars are instigated by the warmongers who run the fucking planet, which is like the top 5% of people who own the most money, like the fucking BlackRock and all of those places. These are the people who fund the war and they make money off of war. I don't believe for a moment any country really wants to go to war and kill each other and have their people killed. I don't believe that for a minute.
On the TV is all a show. What happens behind closed doors is something different. You could find all those same people sitting in the same room enjoying a dinner together, laughing at the fact that people are scared that there could be a war next. When they're what can we plan next? What's the next step? What should we do?
Basically, you've got two sets of government, haven't you? You've got like the government we see, and you've got like another government above that, which is basically doesn't look at countries. It's in charge of everything.
Well, if you look at America lately, right? Joe Biden is Joe Biden actually making any decisions at the minute?
No, it's not. This is what I said earlier. That any president or prime minister is the face of the country. That's it.
There's so many people behind him.
The figurehead, yeah.
To tell him what he's got to do. There's so many levels above the president, the prime minister, where he's got a need to know. Do you know what I mean? There's so many things that you don't know that goes on in the background.
Yeah, somebody said it. Somebody said it. I think last week. Trump was asking for things to be declassified, released.
Yep.
And this is one of the reasons why they fucked him off, because that's what he wanted to do, and he was going to fight for it. Yep. And nobody wanted it to be released. So all of this shit's happening to Trump, and whatever you think of Trump, I believe that a lot of what's happening to Trump is trumped up. Excuse the pun. Hence why he's, so far he's not had any charge. He's not been charged with anything. He's been picked up suspicion of lots of things, but he's not been charged.
The other thing is, why do they spend billions covering something up if there's nothing there?
There's lots of other ways for people to get this money, rather than having to actually spend it on hundreds of thousands of scientists and building a rocket or whatever it might be. All of that stuff does actually cost money, but there are ways for these people to earn money without doing that.
Such companies like Lockheed Martin, right? Companies who create bombs and other lethal weapons, shall we say. Yeah. You think you're working in NASA, you're a scientist, you think that you're using this is going to be put towards a satellite, a new piece of technology you're working for. You come in, you put it into this machine thinking, oh, this has got to go into space. They take it out, it goes into a rocket, and that's been set for nuclear warfare.
Right, so why aren't these companies coming forward and saying, look, you fucking lied to us? Because I would, if I was Lockheed Martin, Skunk Works, right? Sorry, if I was...
Would they go actively want to be involved in that.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. If I was Skunkworks from Lockheed Martin, right, and I was running that, right, and I was making these, weapons for war or weapons or things for space. Okay, I'm as a company, I'm probably one of the biggest companies in the world for supplying and manufacturing of army supplies or supplies for war. Okay, there is no way if they turn round. Hang on a second. If they turn round and went, no, fuck you. Do you know what? The government have lied to us, right? They asked us to do this, and they're using it for something else. Okay, now the government can't then turn around and go, right, we're not going to use you anymore. They can't do that straight away. It's going to take them years to get rid of a company like that. Number one, okay, this is a company that supplies all of their stuff. Okay? They cannot have a gap in the creation of stuff for the armed forces. So I would turn around, and I can't see why these other places don't turn around and just go, look, they fucking lied to us. Why aren't people stepping forward and saying they've lied to us? They can't just get fucked off straight away because the armed forces have a massive gap in production of stuff, so they can't get rid of them.
Look at Bob Lazar. He worked in Area 51, and he came
allegedly.
Right now, he's one reason that they would use NASA, because they've got to do it covertly, secretly. People can't know what they're working on. If they did, the information would get out.
With that whistleblower that's coming out now with a lot of the stuff, basically they can't take him out of the picture because he's got well known so quick that it would be suspicious if he disappear.
We've got to look at it like the information that's actually out there. There's a lot out there.
And again, it's how we perceive that information, which is why everybody's got slightly different opinions, because everybody will look at things slightly differently from our own experiences. We'll have a bias on how we see information that we receive. So, even saying, and I get what you're saying, but even saying there's information out there, if Roger read exactly the same information that you've read, Roger could come up with a slightly different conclusion because of Roger's own biases, for example, or his own beliefs, or whatever and this is issue. This is why we have these discussions, and this is why I like having these discussions, and nobody's arguing with each other, which is good. So I don't want any drama on here tonight. But you're right. There's lots of things out there that people will perceive in one way or another, and anybody, if you give 100 people exactly the same bit of information, some of them will see it completely different to others.
Yeah, but I think the thing that Blair was saying is that basically the information is probably out there, but it's buried onto so much other shit that it's hard to tell which is the real information and which is just bullshit, right? Stuff to make you think you believe in a lie, basically. So even though you might think that you're looking at the same, we're not necessarily looking at the same information, are we? Because it depends on what you find, sort of thing, or what you think is real.
If Roger looked at the exact same information, this is what I was saying, exact same information. Obviously, if we went looking, we would look at different sources. It'd be unlikely that we find all exactly the same sources if we were looking for ourselves. But if we were presented with information that we all looked at, we would all still come up with slightly different interpretations of it. And that doesn't mean
I don't doubt that.
If it came to the government, we would definitely, because we would all have different thoughts. Some people would go, no, I would believe that 100% because they're saps, and then we would just go, do you know what? I've got to question some of that, or maybe all that. No,
and that's something I was just going to bring up as well, Blair. I was going to say that when it comes to the government, see, yes, the government talk out their arse, but because they talk out of their arse, lots of people will disbelieve absolutely everything that they say. But they can't lie about everything, which is the problem. Okay, but because they lie about so many big things, we are now questioning everything that they say, and that makes it very difficult to know what's the truth and what isn't, because we are looking at that with a bias that they're talking shit from the get-go.
Well, look at the fact that we've also seen the WhatsApps, the WeChats, COVID, what we're going to scare them with next. We need a new variant. Oh, that's carry on.
That's what I'm saying. There are things that some of the big things they'll lie about, but they can't lie about everything, because there's going to be people out there that will expose them with the facts, with the evidence that they're talking shit. So there's got to be things that they are telling
so much that people will disbelieve anything they say.
Crying wolf, the cry wolf syndrome, isn't it?
And they do start. They complain about all these conspiracy theories. Well, the conspiracy theories only start because they don't tell the truth. So people make up their own version.
The difference between a conspiracy theory and the truth is about 6 months at the moment.
The term conspiracy theory in about 3 weeks at the moment.
That term conspiracy theory. Who first mentioned it? Which organisation invented it?
The CIA.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, they were the first one to use it as a term that it's being used for now.
And the CIA, who created the CIA? Well, not who created it, but who runs the CIA? Who ran the CIA at the beginning? The Nazis.
J. Edgar Hoover, wasn't it? If I remember rightly, he put it up.
It was the FBI. He was the FBI.
Oh, was that? Okay, my bad. Close.
Cross-dressing homosexual as well.
Stop talking about Roger like that. Sorry, Roger.
Yeah.
Oh God, we love each other.
Did you know that George Bush Senior was a former director of the CIA?
I knew it was one of them. I just got the.
Not George Bush Jr. because he couldn't direct. He couldn't direct fucking anything really because he was a midwit.
Well, that was the biggest thing that Trump asked for that turned a lot of them against him. He wanted to know where all the money was going that was being paid to the CIA, Lockheed Martin, because there was no receipts for the billions and billions of dollars they'd been given over the years. And he wanted to know where it was going.
That they don't want you in there, the ones that they had NASA working on as well. Like I say, there's that much secrecy involved.
Again, which is why we have this bias of disbelief when it comes to the powers that be, and I don't think it's just normal. I don't think it's just people like us. I think everybody has this disbelief in the government, but a lot of people just go, "Oh fuck it," and just go with the flow. Right, guys, stay on the panel for me a minute. I'm going to end the stream for everybody else. I'm afraid. Sorry, guys, but I'm getting tired. And my sleep's completely fucked. So I'm going to get off to bed. Thank you all for joining us. Appreciate you all. Thank you to Chalky and to Brian and to Danielle for the donations to the channel. I appreciate you for that.
Dan.
Yes, Kaylee.
Mike said check your Discord messages.
Right, I will do. Okay. Do I need to check it now, or can I finish the stream first?
Finish the stream.
No, if it's the same as what he sent me, it's viewable afterwards, mate.
Right, no worries. Right, yes, have a great weekend. Great bank holiday. Let's have a great bank holiday tomorrow, whatever it is you're doing. No doubt I'll be sleeping most of it. But let's hope the weather's shit for the rest of you while I'm in bed sleeping.
I'll see you at 4 o'clock in the morning then on Discord, shall I?
Yeah. But thank you again to everybody for joining us. It's been another enjoyable stream tonight.
Yes, absolutely. Well done, people.
And thank you for keeping the drama out of the chat. Other than that, I will see you next time. So look after yourselves and goodbye.